In the long history of human thought, wisdom has rarely walked hand in hand with power. More often, it has stood beside it in silence, or against it in defiance, or beneath it in quiet suffering. Few stories reveal this tension more clearly than the lives of Socrates and Marcus Aurelius, two men separated by centuries, cultures, and circumstances, yet bound by the same haunting question: what is the price of truth in a world ruled by power? Socrates lived as a man without authority. He owned no land, held no office, commanded no soldiers. He walked barefoot through the streets of Athens, speaking to craftsmen, soldiers, politicians, and young men who believed they already understood the world. His power came from questions, not commands, and that, paradoxically, made him dangerous. For Socrates did not tell people what to think. He exposed how little they truly knew. Each question stripped away certainty, pride, and comfort. In a city proud of its democracy and its traditions, this quiet dismantling of belief felt like an attack on the very foundations of order. Athens tolerated many things, but it did not tolerate mirrors held too close to its face. Socrates was accused of corrupting the youth and dishonoring the gods, not because he destroyed faith, but because he refused to pretend. When offered the chance to escape execution, he refused. To flee would have meant betraying the very principles he had lived by. And so he drank the hemlock, calm and composed, choosing truth over life. Socrates died with no power, but with an authority that outlived empires. His death transformed him from a man into a symbol, proof that truth, when stripped of force, often survives only through sacrifice. Marcus Aurelius, by contrast, was born into the very heart of power. He did not seek the throne. It found him. As emperor of Rome, he commanded legions, ruled provinces, and carried the weight of the known world on his shoulders. Yet within this man of absolute authority lived a quiet philosopher, deeply influenced by Stoicism, a school of thought that prized self-control, acceptance of fate, and moral clarity above all else. Unlike Socrates, Marcus did not challenge power from the outside. He lived inside it, constrained by it, shaped by it, and slowly worn down by it. In his private writings, later known as Meditations, Marcus spoke not to the world, but to himself. These were not proclamations of strength, but confessions of doubt. He reminded himself daily that power corrupts judgment, that fame fades, that life is fleeting, and that virtue is fragile. He ruled during endless wars, plagues, and betrayals. He watched friends die, children perish, and the empire strain under its own weight. Though he held supreme authority, he never found peace. His wisdom did not free him, it burdened him. Where Socrates confronted society, Marcus endured it. The contrast between these two lives reveals a cruel symmetry. Socrates had truth, but no power. Marcus Aurelius had power, but no peace. One spoke openly and paid with his life. The other ruled silently and paid with his soul. Both understood that wisdom does not guarantee happiness, nor does authority ensure control over fate. They simply stood on opposite sides of the same tragic equation. Socrates believed that a life unexamined was not worth living. Marcus believed that life must be endured with dignity, even when it cannot be controlled. One challenged the world to change. The other struggled to change himself while the world demanded obedience. Neither escaped suffering, neither escaped loss, and neither found the harmony that philosophy so often promises. History often asks, Which path is greater? Is it better to die for truth or to live bearing its weight? Is wisdom more powerful when spoken aloud or when hidden behind duty? Socrates left no written words, yet his voice echoes through centuries. Marcus Aurelius left behind reflections meant for no one, yet they became a guide for millions seeking calm in chaos. Their legacies are inverted reflections. One shaped the future by dying, the other influenced it by surviving. In the end, their stories remind us of a quiet, uncomfortable truth. Wisdom does not protect us from injustice. Power does not protect us from despair. Truth without power is vulnerable. Power without peace is hollow. And the human condition lies somewhere in between, caught between knowing what is right and being able to live with it. As night falls and the noise of the world softens, their voices remain. One asks questions that unsettle. The other whispers reminders to endure. Neither offers easy comfort, but together they tell a deeper story. That meaning is not found in victory, but in the courage to live honestly, whether in defiance of power or in spite of it. And perhaps that is why, centuries later, we still listen. Before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know your city and local time in the comments so we can see where everyone is listening from. Now, close your eyes. Let the heaviness of the day drop from your shoulders like a heavy cloak slipping to the floor. Breathe in the cool, neutral air of the present moment, and as you exhale, imagine the walls of your room dissolving into the soft, velvet indigo of an ancient night sky. We are drifting back, not to dates and battles, but to the feeling of stone underfoot and the smell of oil lamps burning low. Imagine two men standing under the same moon, though separated by 500 years of history. The light of that moon is the only thing they truly share, a pale, silent witness to their solitude. First, we drift to Athens, in the golden twilight of the 5th century BC. The air here smells of dry dust, roasted chickpeas, and the sharp tang of the Aegean Sea carried on the breeze. It is a noisy city, alive with the sound of debate, the clatter of chariot wheels, and the endless chatter of a democracy that loves the sound of its own voice. And walking through the agora, barefoot and unbushed, is a man who looks nothing like a hero. Socrates is not the marble ideal of a Greek god. He is short, stout, with bulging eyes and a snub nose that sniffs at the air with amusement. He looks, if we are being honest, like a satyr who wandered out of the woods and forgot the way back. He is a stonemason by trade, the son of Sophroniscus, though historians still argue whether he actually worked the stone himself or if he simply used the workshop as a place to trap unsuspecting customers in conversation. His hands are rough, calloused from life, if not from labor, and his clothes are simple, woven from rough wool that scratches against the skin. He owns nothing but his thoughts, yet he walks with the confidence of a king. He is the stonecutter who cuts not marble, but the egos of men. Now, let the scene shift. The dust of Athens settles, and the centuries roll forward like a tide. We find ourselves in Rome in the 2nd century AD. The air here is different, heavier, scented with expensive incense, damp marble, and the metallic tang of iron armor. Here stands Marcus Aurelius, not yet the old philosopher with the white beard, but a young man draped in the heavy purple folds of imperial destiny. He is the Caesar, the master of the world, yet he looks at the moon with the same longing for escape. He is surrounded by servants, guards, and flatterers who would laugh at his jokes even if they weren't funny, which, given Marcus's stoic nature, they rarely are. He does not walk barefoot. He walks on mosaic floors, heated from beneath, in a palace that feels like a gilded cage. While Socrates wanders free in his poverty, Marcus is imprisoned by his power. He craves the quiet life of a scholar, the smell of old parchment, and the silence of a library. But fate has handed him a sword instead of a stylus. These are our two guides tonight: the stonecutter who carved away lies to find the truth, and the Caesar who built a fortress inside his own mind to survive the world. They are ghosts in the library of history, waiting to speak. And as the moonlight touches their faces, one rough and smiling, the other smooth and weary, we begin to understand that their journey is not just about the past. It is about the quiet struggle inside all of us to find peace in a noisy world. The sun in Attica does not merely shine. It declares itself, pouring over the landscape like molten gold until the limestone hills seem to vibrate with heat and history. To walk in Athens during its golden age is to walk through a city that believes with absolute and somewhat arrogant certainty that it is the center of the universe. Imagine the warmth of that sun on your skin now, not burning, but heavy and constant, a reminder of the gods looking down. The air is thick with the scent of pine resin bleeding from the trees and the salty tang of the Aegean Sea, which glitters in the distance like a shield of beaten bronze. It is the late afternoon, the time artists call the golden hour, when the harsh light of midday softens into a honey-colored haze that makes even the dust motes dancing in the streets look like specks of divine magic. In this light, the Parthenon, perched high on the Acropolis, does not look like the bleached white ruin we see in museums today. In the 5th century BC, it is a riot of color. Blues, reds, and golds painted onto the marble, garish and glorious, shouting its wealth to the heavens. Historical truth often fades with the paint, and we forget that the ancients lived in a world of vivid, sometimes overwhelming saturation, not in the quiet purity of white stone. Down in the city below, the noise is a physical force. Athens is a democracy, and democracy is loud. It is the sound of 30,000 citizens who all believe they have something important to say. In the marketplace, or agora, the air is filled with the rhythmic clatter of sandals on stone, the braying of donkeys laden with figs, and the endless, energetic arguing of men. They argue about the price of fish, the strategy of the navy, the nature of justice, and the latest play by Euripides. To be silent in Athens is to be invisible, and no one here wants to be invisible. Yet, weaving through this cacophony like a slow-moving stream in a rushing river is Socrates. He is easy to spot, though not because he dresses like a nobleman. He wears the same simple cloak, summer and winter, a garment that has likely seen better days and certainly seen too much dust. He walks barefoot, his feet toughened by the hot earth, a habit that makes the shoemakers of the district shake their heads in despair. A man who buys nothing is bad for the economy, after all. He moves without the hurried stride of a politician chasing votes or a merchant chasing coin. He stops often, sometimes mid-step, struck by a thought, as if it were a physical obstacle. There is a famous story, perhaps exaggerated by time, but true in spirit, that he once stood in a military camp for 24 hours straight, staring at nothing, lost in contemplation, while his fellow soldiers lay their bedding out on the grass just to watch him, wondering if he would ever move. In the bustle of the agora, he is a familiar, if exasperating fixture. He is the city's gadfly, a nickname he embraces, though one suspects the horse, the city of Athens, does not always appreciate the stinging. He passes the stalls of the fishmongers, where the smell of the catch is pungent and sharp. He passes the tables of the money changers, where silver drachmas clink with the promise of commerce. He ignores them all. He is looking for something else. He is looking for a conversation that matters. He turns away from the busy market and heads toward the outskirts of the city, toward the groves of olive trees that line the banks of the Ilissos River. Here, the noise of the democracy fades into a dull roar, replaced by the hypnotic buzzing of cicadas, the true choir of the Mediterranean summer. The olive trees are ancient, their trunks gnarled and twisted like ringing hands, their leaves silver-green on the underside, flashing like fish scales when the breeze turns them over. These groves are sacred to Athena, the goddess of wisdom, and under their canopy the light is dappled and cool. It is a relief to step out of the sun. The ground here is soft, with fallen leaves and dry grass. Socrates loved these spaces, not because he was a naturalist. He famously said that trees and open country cannot teach me anything, whereas men in the town do, but because they provided the quiet necessary to dismantle the noise of the mind. As he walks, he is likely accompanied by a few young men, the sons of wealthy aristocrats, who find his anti-establishment banter thrilling. They trail him like puppies, hoping to see him embarrass a pompous general or a self-assured sophist. The sophists, the professional teachers of rhetoric, charge high fees to teach young men how to win arguments regardless of the truth. Socrates charges nothing, claiming he has nothing to teach, which is, of course, the most infuriating lesson of all. Historians still argue about the true nature of his poverty. Was it a philosophical choice, a rejection of materialism, or simply the result of a man who was too busy thinking to work? His wife, Xanthippe, certainly had her opinions on the matter, and history has unfairly painted her as a shrew for likely just wanting bread on the table. But here in the golden hour, the domestic squabbles and the political maneuvering feel distant. The focus narrows to the act of walking and thinking. The olive grove becomes a cathedral of the mind. The sunlight filtering through the leaves creates patterns on the ground that shift and change, much like the definitions of justice or piety that Socrates chases. He picks up a pebble with his toes, a childhood habit he never outgrew, feeling the smooth, cool stone against his skin. It is a moment of pure sensory grounding. Athens is at the height of its power, the head of the Delian League, collecting tribute from across the Aegean. It is building temples that will last millennia. It is writing plays that will be performed until the end of time. But Socrates, walking in the shade, senses the fragility of it all. He sees that a city obsessed with walls and ships and gold is a city that has forgotten the care of the soul. He sees the cracks in the marble before the stone is even quarried. The tragedy of Athens is not that it lacked wisdom, but that it kept wisdom in the olive groves while power ran the assembly. As the sun begins to dip lower, painting the sky in bruises of violet and rose, the golden hour begins to fade. The shadows of the trees stretch out, long and thin, reaching toward the city walls like dark fingers. The cicadas increase their volume, a frantic crescendo before the silence of the night. Socrates turns back toward the city. He does not stay in the safety of the trees. He is drawn back to the noise, to the people, to the beautiful, doomed mess of human life. He walks back towards the danger, not because he loves the crowd, but because the truth is of no use if it is only whispered to the trees. He returns to the city that will eventually kill him, walking softly on his calloused feet, a quiet ghost haunting the golden age before the sun sets completely. If Athens is a city of light and air, Rome is a city of weight and stone. The transition across the centuries is not just a movement through time, but a shift in gravity. We leave the dusty, sun-bleached freedom of the Greek olive groves and descend into the heavy marble heart of the Roman Empire in the 2nd century AD. Here, the world feels solidified, paved, and conquered. Close your eyes and feel the change in texture. The ground beneath your feet is no longer the soft earth of the academy. It is the cold, hard mosaic of the Palatine Hill, where geometric patterns of black and white stone stretch out like a frozen ocean. The air smells different here. It is thick with the scent of burning cedar, the metallic tang of polished armor, and the cloying sweetness of rose water used to mask the stench of a city that holds 1,000,000 souls. Rome is a machine of empire, grinding gears of iron and law, and at its center sits a boy who wants nothing to do with it. We find Marcus not as the bearded sage on the coin, but as a youth, smooth-faced and solemn, draped in the heavy folds of the toga praetexta, the bordered robe of a high-born Roman. He is moving through the corridors of the imperial palace, a labyrinth of gilded ceilings and red porphyry columns that seem to bleed in the flickering lamplight. It is a place of immense beauty and immense danger, where a whisper in the wrong hallway can end a career or a life. The silence here is not the peaceful quiet of the forest. It is the tense, holding breath silence of a court waiting for the old emperor, Hadrian, to die. Hadrian is the architect of this moment, a brilliant, terrifying man with a restless mind and a failing body. He has chosen Marcus, a boy of Spanish roots, to be a pawn in the long game of succession. He calls the boy Verissimus, the most truthful one, a playful nickname that carries a heavy burden. It is a strange compliment in a city built on political lies. Marcus walks through the palace, and you can almost hear the rustle of his robes, a sound that sounds like a sigh. He is a boy who prefers the company of books to the company of senators. While other aristocratic sons dream of chariot races and gladiatorial glory, Marcus dreams of philosophy. There is a charming, almost humorous earnestness to his rebellion. As a child, he once decided to sleep on the hard floor to toughen himself like a true Stoic, only to be gently coaxed back into a bed by his worried mother, Domitia. One can imagine the scene. The future master of the world, curling up on the cold tiles, shivering but stubborn, convinced he is achieving moral greatness, while his mother just wants him to get a good night's sleep. It is a touch of human warmth in a cold palace. But the walls of Rome are closing in. To be chosen by Hadrian is not a gift. It is a sentence. Marcus has been adopted into the imperial line, forcing him to leave his family's home, the house he loved, to live in this cavernous dwelling of power. He famously wept when he was told he had been adopted by the emperor's heir. Historians still argue whether these were tears of genuine sorrow for the loss of his simple life, or tears of fear for the terrifying responsibility placed upon him. Perhaps it was both. A smart boy knows that in Rome, the higher you climb, the stronger the wind blows. He walks past the busts of former emperors, Augustus, cold and perfect, Nero, fleshy and cruel, Trajan, the soldier. They watch him with blank stone eyes. He feels the crushing weight of their legacy. He is 17 years old, an age when the blood usually runs hot. Yet he is already practicing the art of cooling his passions. He attends the games at the Colosseum. Not because he enjoys the bloodshed, he finds it tedious and repulsive, but because it is his duty to be seen. Imagine him there, sitting in the imperial box, the roar of 50,000 people washing over him like a physical blow. The smell of blood and sawdust rises from the arena floor. While the crowd screams for death, Marcus lightly pulls a scroll from his robe, reading quietly. A small island of stillness in a sea of violence. This detachment annoys the people. They want an emperor who shares their lusts, not one who judges them with silence. But Marcus is not judging them. He is protecting himself. He is building what the Stoics call the inner citadel, a fortress within the mind where the noise of the world cannot enter. Back in the palace, the night deepens. The torches flicker, casting long, dancing shadows against the frescoes of gods and monsters. The young prince retires to his quarters, escaping the prying eyes of the Praetorian Guard. He removes the heavy toga, which feels like shedding a skin of lead. Underneath, he is just a young man with fragile health, prone to chest colds and stomach pains. The vulnerability of his body contrasts sharply with the durability of the empire he is destined to rule. He sits at a wooden table, the grain smooth under his fingertips. He lights a single oil lamp, the flame sputtering as it catches the wick. This is his sanctuary. Here, he can converse with the dead, with Zeno, with Cleanthes, with the great minds who argued that the only true good is a virtuous character. He reads until his eyes burn. He is trying to arm himself, not with a gladius, but with a mindset. He knows that power is a poison. He has seen what it did to those before him. He is terrified that the purple dye of the imperial robe will seep into his soul and stain it forever. This is the central tension of his youth, the struggle to remain Verissimus in a world that demands he become Caesar. He looks out the window at the sprawling city of Rome, its 7 hills dotted with the lights of thousands of homes. He sees the aqueducts carrying water from the mountains, the roads stretching to the ends of the earth. It is a magnificent, terrifying beast, and he has been handed the leash. He wonders if he is strong enough to hold it. He wonders why the gods, if they exist, would play such a cruel joke on a quiet scholar. But the Stoics teach that we do not choose our roles in the play. We only choose how well we act them. And so, Marcus prepares to act. He prepares to wear the mask of power, even as he promises himself, in the quiet of the night, that he will never let the mask become his face. The wind shifts, blowing from the Tiber River, carrying the damp chill of the water. It extinguishes his lamp. For a moment, he sits in darkness, a single heartbeat in the chest of the empire. He is alone, but he is ready. The boy is fading, the emperor is rising, and somewhere in the dark, the fates are spinning a thread that will pull him away from his books and into the mud and blood of the frontier. But that is for later. Tonight, there is only the stone, the silence, and the heavy, undeniable truth that his life is no longer his own. To understand the silence of the mind, we must first climb to where the earth speaks. We leave the heavy, paved realities of Rome and the bustling markets of Athens to ascend into the thin, cold air of Mount Parnassus. Here, the world feels older, wilder, and closer to the gods. This is Delphi, the navel of the ancient world, the Omphalos, where the Greeks believed two eagles released by Zeus from opposite ends of the earth finally met. The path up the mountain is steep and winding, a jagged ribbon of pale rock cut through forests of dark pine and cypress. Imagine the climb, the crunch of loose stones under sandals, the air growing sharper and thinner with every step, filling the lungs with the scent of resin and mountain thyme. It is a place where the physical world seems to thin out, revealing the spiritual machinery humming beneath it. In the 5th century BC, this is the most important place on earth. Kings do not go to war, colonies are not founded, and laws are not passed without first consulting the oracle here. The temple of Apollo sits perched on the mountainside, commanding a view of the valley that is so beautiful it aches. A sweeping bowl of green olive trees cascading down to the shimmering Gulf of Corinth. But visitors do not come for the view. They come for the voice. Among the pilgrims one day is a man named Chaerephon. He is a friend of Socrates, and by all accounts, he is a man of intense, perhaps frantic, enthusiasm. History describes him as impetuous, the kind of friend who wakes you up at dawn because he had a brilliant idea he couldn't wait to share. Chaerephon is not a man of half measures. He has walked the long, arduous road from Athens not to ask about a harvest or a marriage, but to settle a bet with the universe. He enters the sacred precinct, passing the treasuries built by grateful cities, small marble houses overflowing with gold and silver, the price of divine advice. He washes himself in the Castalian spring, the icy water shocking the dust from his skin, preparing to stand before the divine. He approaches the Pythia, the high priestess of Apollo. She is not a queen or a scholar. She is a local woman, often older, chosen for her purity and her ability to serve as a hollow reed for the god's breath. She sits on a tripod over a fissure in the earth, from which strange, sweet-smelling vapors rise. Historians and geologists have long debated the nature of these vapors. For centuries, it was dismissed as myth, but modern science has found fault lines beneath the temple that could have released ethylene gas, a substance that produces mild euphoria and a dreamlike detachment. Whether it was geology or divinity, the effect was the same. The Pythia would enter a trance, her voice changing, her words becoming the riddles of Apollo. Chaerephon, bold and breathless, asks his question, "Is there anyone wiser than Socrates?" The sanctuary holds its breath. The priests lean in. The Pythia inhales the mist, her eyes rolling back, connecting to a wisdom that does not belong to time. Her answer is short, shocking, and unequivocal. No one is wiser. Chaerephon, presumably resisting the urge to shout, "I knew it," in a sacred temple, rushes back to Athens. He carries this answer like a burning coal, eager to drop it into his friend's lap. But when he finds Socrates, perhaps sitting on a low wall, rubbing a sore foot and watching the clouds, the reaction is not pride. It is profound confusion. Socrates does not feel wise. He feels the opposite. He lives in a state of constant wonder at the vastness of what he does not know. To him, the world is a locked box, and he has no key. When he hears the oracle's decree, he assumes it must be a mistake, or a riddle, or perhaps a divine joke at his expense. The god cannot lie, he reasons, but I know that I have no wisdom, small or great. So what can he mean? This moment is the fulcrum upon which the history of philosophy turns. A lesser man would have accepted the compliment, bought a nicer cloak, and started charging tuition. Socrates, however, decides to investigate the god. It is an act of pious rebellion. He sets out to prove the oracle wrong, not out of arrogance, but out of a desperate need for truth. He thinks, if I can find just one man wiser than me, I can go back to the god and say, look, here is a wiser man, and yet you said I was the wisest. And so the great search begins. He goes to the politicians, the men who run the city, who speak with booming voices and sweeping gestures. He asks them about justice. They give him rehearsed speeches, beautiful words that crumble like dry bread when he asks a simple follow-up question. He realizes they do not know what justice is. They only know how to sound just. He goes to the poets, the rock stars of Athens, whose verses move men to tears. He asks them to explain the meaning of their own poems. They cannot. They speak of inspiration, of the muses, admitting that they are mere vessels for a wisdom they do not possess. He goes to the craftsmen, the builders and smiths. These men, at least, know something true. They know how to build a shoe or forge a shield. But because they know this one thing well, they arrogantly assume they also know how to run the state and understand the gods. Their specific knowledge has blinded them to their general ignorance. Slowly, painfully, the riddle unravels. Socrates realizes the oracle was not complimenting his intelligence. She was highlighting his humility. He is wisest not because he knows the answers, but because he is the only one who admits he does not. Everyone else is sleepwalking, convinced they are awake. Socrates alone knows he is dreaming. The realization is not a triumph, it is a burden. It means he cannot rest. It means he has been drafted by Apollo to be the city's awakener, to walk among his neighbors and gently, relentlessly, show them that they know nothing. It is a mission that will earn him the adoration of the young and the hatred of the powerful. For nothing annoys a powerful man more than being told in front of a crowd that he is naked. Back in the present moment, let this paradox settle in your mind like a stone sinking into a deep lake. Wisdom is not the accumulation of facts. It is not a library full of scrolls or a head full of dates. It is the quiet, empty space where you admit that the universe is larger than your understanding. It is the pause before you speak. It is the ability to say, I don't know, and feel no shame. Socrates drifts through the streets of Athens now with a new purpose. He is no longer just a curious loafer. He is a man on a divine mission, though he still looks like a vagrant who needs a haircut. The sun sets over the Parthenon, turning the white marble to violet, and the first stars appear. The same stars that Marcus Aurelius will one day look up to from his military tent, wondering if there is order in the chaos. The oracle has spoken, and her whisper has started a wind that will blow through the centuries, stripping away our pretenses and leaving us shivering, but awake, in the presence of the truth. The mountain falls silent again, the eagles circle the peaks, and the mist rolls in, hiding the secrets of the earth once more. While Socrates is stripping away the paint of certainty to reveal the rough wood of ignorance beneath, a young man in Rome is being buried under layers of gold, rhetoric, and expectation. If Socrates' life was an unlearning, Marcus Aurelius' life was an endless, grueling education. He is the most carefully crafted human being in the history of the West. a boy constructed by the state for the state. Imagine a library where the windows are never fully opened, where the air is always still and smells of dry papyrus, lamp oil, and the sharp, acidic tang of gall ink. This is Marcus's world for 23 long years, the apprenticeship of a reluctant king. He is Caesar now, the junior emperor, living in the shadow of his adopted father, Antoninus Pius. Antoninus is a good man, steady and boring in the best possible way for an empire. But he is eternal. He lives on, and Marcus waits, trapped in a gilded limbo of preparation. He wakes before dawn, often at the third hour, while the city is still shaking off its dreams. He lights his own lamp, a small act of independence in a life where servants do everything, including washing his feet. He sits at his desk, his eyes stinging with fatigue, and picks up his stylus. His primary tormentor and greatest friend in these years is his tutor, Fronto. Fronto is the greatest orator in Rome, a man who treats words like precious stones to be polished, weighed, and set just so. He loves Marcus with a possessiveness that borders on obsession. We still have their letters, preserved by the accidents of history, and they are startlingly intimate. "My lord," Fronto writes, "I love you more than the gods." And Marcus replies, "I love you more than my own mother." It is a relationship of intense intellectual heat. Fronto wants to make Marcus into a Cicero, a master of the courtroom who can dazzle the Senate with metaphors and thunderous speeches. He pesters the prince about his health, his sleep, and his vocabulary. "Did you use the right word for dust?" he frets. "Was your simile about the sunrise accurate?" Marcus tries to be the good student. He writes speeches about the virtues of sleep, while getting none, and praises the smoke and dust of Rome while coughing in it. But there is a hollow ring to his eloquence. He is good at it, but he does not love it. He feels the emptiness of words that are just pretty shells with no meat inside. He begins to find rhetoric nauseating, a clinking of bells, he calls it later. He wants truth, not decoration. Then a different kind of teacher walks into the room. Junius Rusticus is not interested in pretty words. He is a Stoic, a man of rougher cloth and sterner stuff. He does not bring speeches, he brings a book. It is a copy of the discourses of Epictetus, a former slave who taught that the only thing we control is our own mind. This book hits Marcus like a physical blow. It is the antidote to the suffocating perfume of the court. Epictetus speaks of freedom, not the freedom of an emperor to do what he wants, but the freedom of a mind that cannot be hurt by the world. Marcus devours it. He realizes that his education has been a training in how to seem like an emperor, but Rusticus is teaching him how to be a man. There is a delicious irony here that often makes historians smile. The most powerful man in the world finds his salvation in the words of a crippled slave. It is a secret rebellion. On the surface, Marcus wears the toga, attends the boring banquets, and nods politely at the senators who drone on about tax grain from Egypt. But inside, he is building a fortress. He is practicing the art of being alone in a crowded room. Scholars still debate the nature of Marcus's conversion to philosophy during this period. Was it a genuine spiritual awakening, or was it a coping mechanism for a man who felt trapped? Some argue that his obsession with Stoicism was a form of psychological armor, a way to dissociate from the crushing pressure of a role he never asked for. Others see it as the natural maturation of a serious intellect. But there is a telling detail in his letters to Fronto where the strain shows. He complains of feeling like a prisoner in the palace, of the endless, grinding routine of court etiquette. He longs for the country life, for the simple act of pressing grapes or watching a flock of sheep. But he cannot leave. He is the heir. He is the property of Rome. Fronto, sensing he is losing his star pupil to the gloomy philosophers, tries to pull him back. He warns Marcus that philosophy will make him dour and unapproachable. An emperor must smile, Fronto insists. He must speak to the people. But Marcus is drifting away from the shore of rhetoric, out into the deep, cold waters of Stoicism. The sensory details of these years are not of battles or triumphs, but of quiet endurance. It is the scratch of the reed pen on rough paper. It is the taste of the bitter medicine he takes for his stomach ulcers, a concoction called theriac, which contained a small amount of opium. This has led to a rather heated modern debate. Was the philosopher king actually a high-functioning addict? Most historians dismiss the idea that he was high, noting the dose was medicinal, but it adds a layer of haze to his late-night writings. It is the sound of his own breathing in the silence of the palace, while the Praetorian Guard marches outside, their hobnailed boots striking the stone in a rhythm of violence that will soon consume his life. He is learning to hold his tongue. He is learning that to be emperor is to be the ultimate servant. He writes a note to himself. The art of living is more like wrestling than dancing. He is tightening his core, bracing for impact, and the impact is coming. The long sunny autumn of the Antonine peace is drawing to a close. In the east, the Parthian Empire is sharpening its arrows. In the north, the German tribes are looking across the Danube with hungry eyes. Antoninus Pius is dying. The cheese is finally being removed from the trap. One night, the old emperor gives the watchword to the guard for the last time. Equanimitas, equanimity, calmness. Then he turns over and dies. The heavy purple cloak is lifted from the dead man's shoulders and brought to Marcus. He is 40 years old now. The education is over. The exams are about to begin. He looks at the robe. It is heavy, soaked in the expensive dye made from thousands of crushed sea snails. It smells of death and power. He does not want it, but a Stoic does not refuse the weather, and he does not refuse his fate. He bows his head, allows the weight to settle on his shoulders, and steps out of the library forever. The silence of the books is replaced by the roar of the world. He is Marcus Aurelius Antoninus Augustus, and he is entirely, terrifyingly alone. The sun rises over Athens, not with the solemn weight of imperial destiny, but with the cheerful, chaotic energy of a city that loves to talk. We leave the silent, lamplit study of Marcus Aurelius and step back into the blinding glare of the agora, the beating heart of Athenian democracy. If Marcus's world is a library of silence, Socrates' world is a carnival of noise. The marketplace is already bustling. The air is thick with the smells of roasting meat, unwashed bodies, and the sharp tang of vinegar sold from clay jars. It is a sensory assault, a riot of commerce and conversation where every man is selling something: fish, sandals, laws, or the secrets of the universe. And drifting through this human tide, like a piece of driftwood moving against the current, is Socrates. He is in his element here. He stops at a stall, selling expensive dyes, admiring the colors but buying nothing, likely making a joke about how wonderful it is to see so many things he does not need. He is the ultimate window shopper of life. But he is not here for the goods. He is here for the souls. He is hunting. His prey today is likely a man of importance, perhaps a general, flushed with the pride of a recent victory, or a wealthy tanner who believes his success in business makes him an expert on virtue. Let us imagine he spots a man named Euthyphro, a self-proclaimed expert on piety, who is currently suing his own father. A bold move that has the whole city gossiping. Socrates approaches him, not like a prosecutor, but like a confused student. He scratches his head, blinks his bulging eyes, and smiles that disarming, gap-toothed smile. "Oh, Euthyphro," he might say, his voice soft and raspy, "how fortunate I am to find you. Since you are doing such a serious thing, surely you must understand exactly what piety is. Can you teach me? For I am just a simple man, and I am confused." The trap is set. It is a gentle trap, baited with the other man's vanity. Euthyphro, puffed up like a pigeon in mating season, begins to lecture. He uses big words. He quotes the myths. He sounds magnificent. The crowd gathers, sensing a show. They lean in, munching on figs and roasted chickpeas, waiting for the turn. And it always comes. Socrates listens, nods enthusiastically, and then asks one small, nagging question. "But wait," he says, "is something good because the gods love it? Or do the gods love it because it is good?" It seems like a tiny distinction, a hair-splitting detail. But as Socrates pulls at this loose thread, the entire tapestry of Euthyphro's argument begins to unravel. The definition collapses. The certainty dissolves. The expert stammers, flushes red, and suddenly realizes he has been walking around naked while thinking he was wearing royal robes. The crowd stifles a giggle. It is the ancient equivalent of a slow-motion car crash. Painful to watch, yet impossible to look away from. This is the famous Socratic method, or elenchus, though to his victims, it feels less like a method and more like a public undressing. Historians and philosophers have long argued about Socrates' true intent in these moments. Was he a humble seeker of truth, genuinely hoping someone could teach him? Or was he an intellectual sniper, taking pleasure in shooting down the arrogant? Plato presents him as a hero of logic, but Xenophon, another student, paints him as sometimes pedantic and annoying. The truth, as usual, likely sits in the uncomfortable middle. He was probably both. A man desperate for answers, who couldn't help but enjoy the sport of exposing those who faked them. He compared himself to a gadfly, a large, biting horsefly, and the city of Athens to a noble but sluggish horse. "The city is like a great and noble steed," he said, "which is tardy in its motions owing to its very size, and requires to be stirred into life." And stir it he did. He buzzed around the flanks of the democracy, biting the politicians, the poets, and the craftsmen. He forced them to wake up, to twitch, to look at themselves. It was a service to the state, he claimed, though the horse rarely thanks the fly for the bite. There is a specific kind of soft humor in watching this dynamic. Imagine the sheer social awkwardness of it. You are trying to buy a bag of olives, and suddenly, the most famous eccentric in the city is asking you to define the metaphysical nature of a good olive. You just want lunch. He wants the form of the good. He was the guest who wouldn't leave, the child who asks, "Why?" until the parent screams. Yet the young men loved him. They followed him, imitating his questions, delighting in seeing their pompous elders taken down a peg. To them, he was a rebel, a punk rocker in a wool cloak. But underneath the humor and the spectacle, there's a dangerous undercurrent. Athens is a proud city, and pride bruises easily. When you strip away a man's illusions, he rarely thanks you for the truth. He usually hates you for the embarrassment. Socrates was making enemies, one bruised ego at a time. He was walking a knife's edge, balancing on the thin line between being a lovable local character and a threat to public order. He did not seem to care, or perhaps he did not notice. He was too busy looking at the soul to worry about the body. He believed that no harm could come to a good man, either in life or in death, a belief that was about to be tested in the most extreme way possible. As the afternoon wears on, the shadows in the agora grow long. The shopkeepers begin to pack up their wares. The political debates die down as men head home to their wives and their wine. Socrates remains, perhaps sitting on the steps of the Stoa, still talking to anyone who will listen. The gadfly has done his work for the day. The horse has twitched, swatted its tail, and perhaps moved a few inches closer to wisdom. But the horse is also getting irritated. In the distance, the clouds over the Acropolis are turning the color of a bruise. The golden age is ending, and the long shadows are reaching for the man who asks too many questions. He stands up, brushes the dust from his tunic, and walks home to his small house, humming a tune, blissfully unaware, or perhaps fully aware and indifferent, that the jar of hemlock is already being ground in the mortar of his destiny. The city sleeps, but the questions he planted are wide awake, staring into the dark. The wind that blows from the east brings many things to Rome: silk from the Sayres, spices from India, and rumors of empires rising in the dust. But in the year 165 AD, the wind brings something else, a passenger that pays no toll and respects no border. The legions are returning from Parthia, marching triumphantly along the Via Appia. They are the victors, laden with gold and glory, having sacked the twin cities of Seleucia and Ctesiphon. The crowds cheer, throwing petals of rose and laurel beneath the hobnailed boots. But if you look closely at the soldiers' faces, beneath the sweat and the bronze helmets, you see a pallor that does not belong to healthy men. They cough, and the sound is wet and deep. They are carrying a victory that is hollow, for inside their bodies, they have brought the end of the world home with them. This is the arrival of the Antonine Plague, a microscopic invader that will do what no barbarian army could ever achieve. It will bring the Roman Empire to its knees. The transition from the noisy, argumentative health of Socrates' Athens to this silent, sickening Rome is jarring. The air here does not smell of ideas. It smells of vinegar, burnt cedar, and fear. The plague, which modern historians and epidemiologists strongly believe was smallpox, though some argue for measles, moves through the city like a fog. It ignores rank. It ignores wealth. It enters the marble villas on the Palatine Hill just as easily as it enters the crowded wooden tenements of the Subura. The streets, usually a river of humanity, begin to empty. The noise of the city, that famous, overwhelming roar of Rome, drops to a terrified whisper. The shops shutter. The temples are full, not with worshippers, but with desperate people begging silent marble gods for a cure that does not exist. And in the center of this nightmare stands Marcus Aurelius. He is no longer the boy in the library. He is a man in his 40s, his beard flecked with gray, his eyes circled by the dark shadows of sleeplessness. This is the ultimate test of his stoicism. It is one thing to read about the indifference of the universe in a book. It is another to watch it kill your friends, your soldiers, and your people by the thousands. Galen, the most famous physician of the ancient world, is there to witness it. He describes the symptoms with a clinical detachment that is both impressive and chilling. The fever, the black pustules, the ulcerated throat. Galen, for all his brilliance, is a man of self-preservation. He famously finds a reason to leave Rome for the countryside when the dying starts, a move that history has judged with a raised eyebrow. But Marcus stays. The emperor does not flee. He remains in the heart of the infection, walking the streets, attending the meetings, doing the work. There is a profound, quiet heroism in this. He understands that panic is more dangerous than the disease. If the emperor runs, the empire collapses. So he forces himself to be the anchor in the storm. He enacts emergency measures that show a practical, desperate intelligence. The death toll is so high that the funeral pyres burn day and night, choking the sky with greasy smoke. The laws forbidding burial within the city walls are suspended because there are simply too many bodies to carry out. The economy begins to crash. With so many taxpayers and soldiers dying, the treasury empties. And here we see one of the most cinematic and moving moments of his reign. Marcus does not raise taxes on the suffering survivors. Instead, he orders a great auction in the Forum of Trajan. He brings out the imperial treasures, the heirlooms of the Caesars. Imagine the scene: the emperor standing quietly while auctioneers sell off his wife's silk robes embroidered with gold, the crystal goblets, the agate vases, the jeweled wreaths, and the golden statues from his own palace. For 2 months, the sale goes on. He strips his own home bare to fund the war against the plague and the barbarians who, sensing weakness, have begun to attack the northern borders. He is saying, without words, that the trappings of power are meaningless if the people are suffering. He is prioritizing the hive over the bee. It is a moment of supreme detachment from material wealth, a stoic exercise played out on the grandest stage. Yet, beneath the stoic mask, the man is grieving. He loses his co-emperor, Lucius Verus, to a stroke, or perhaps the plague, in 169 AD. Lucius was the wilder, more fun-loving brother, the one who enjoyed the parties Marcus avoided. His death leaves Marcus solely responsible for the fate of the world. He watches his own children sicken. Of the 13 children his wife Faustina bore, only a few will survive to adulthood. He buries them one by one. In his meditations, written later, he will write about the impermanence of life, comparing human beings to leaves scattered by the wind. These are not abstract metaphors. They are the observations of a father who has stood by too many small graves. The plague creates a spiritual crisis in Rome. The old gods seem silent. People turn to new faiths, looking for answers. Some blame the Christians, claiming their refusal to sacrifice to the gods has angered the heavens. Historians still debate the extent of Marcus's involvement in the persecution of Christians. Christian tradition often lists him as a persecutor, yet there is no evidence he personally ordered new attacks. He likely just allowed existing laws to be enforced by local governors, too overwhelmed by the apocalypse around him to micromanage religious disputes. He is a man bailing water out of a sinking ship. He does not have time to check the credentials of every rat on board. The atmosphere of the city is twilight heavy. The torches burn blue in the haze. The only sound is the creaking of the death carts, the plaustra, rumbling over the cobblestones at night. It is a world of shadows, and yet Marcus endures. He does not break. He finds a strange peace in the acceptance of the inevitable. Death smiles at us all, a later fiction will have him say. But the sentiment is true to his spirit. He realizes that fear creates more suffering than the thing itself. He writes to himself, "It is not death that a man should fear, but he should fear never beginning to live." He sees the plague as a part of nature, cruel but natural, like a storm or a bramble bush. To hate it is to hate the world, and a Stoic must love the world as it is, not as he wishes it to be. This is the amor fati, the love of fate. It is a hard love, a brutal love, but it is the only thing that keeps him sane. As the winter of the plague years deepens, Marcus prepares to leave Rome. The northern frontier is collapsing. The Quadi and the Marcomanni are crossing the Danube. The philosopher must put down his books, put on his breastplate, and go to war. He rides out of a city that is half graveyard, his face set like flint. He leaves behind the pestilence of the body to face the violence of men. But before we follow him into the mud and ice of the north, we must turn our gaze back. Back through the mist of time, away from the pyres of Rome, to a place where the air is still clear, the bodies are strong, and the only sickness is the sickness of bad logic. We return to the sunlight of Athens, where Socrates is about to enter the gymnasium, towel over his shoulder, ready to prove that a healthy body is nothing without a healthy soul. The contrast is sharp. Marcus fighting to save the empire's body, Socrates fighting to save the city's soul. Both battles are desperate. Both men are outnumbered. But as the Roman smoke clears and the Greek sun rises, we see them for what they are. Two doctors at the bedside of humanity, checking the pulse of a patient that refuses to take its medicine. If the Roman plague was a fog of death, the Athenian gymnasium is a furnace of life. We step away from the dark, smoke-choked streets of the future and retreat into the golden haze of the past, entering the palestra. The air here is thick, humid, and smells intensely of being human, a pungent mix of crushed thyme, olive oil, kicked-up sand, and the clean, salty sweat of exertion. This is not merely a place for exercise. It is the engine room of the Greek ideal, the place where the city manufactures its citizens. In Athens, the body and the mind are not seen as separate entities, but as two strings on the same lyre. If one is out of tune, the music of the man is ruined. The noise is rhythmic and hypnotic, the slap of skin against skin, the grunt of effort, the thud of bodies hitting the raked earth. Young men stripped bare in the democratic equality of nudity wrestle and run, their limbs glistening under the sun like oiled bronze. They are beautiful, terrifyingly so, sculpted by the demands of a society that worships Kalokagathia, the union of the beautiful and the good. To be ugly or out of shape is not just a physical feeling, it is a moral suspicion. And into this temple of physical perfection walks the most suspiciously ugly man in Athens. Socrates enters the gymnasium not to train, but to observe. He keeps his cloak on, a heavy wool drape that looks stifling in the heat. He stands on the sidelines, his snub nose twitching, his eyes darting from one wrestler to another. He looks like a toad inspecting a garden of lilies. Yet, he is not out of place. Historians remind us that Socrates was not always the old sage. He was a veteran hoplite, a soldier who stood his ground at the battles of Potidaea and Delium. He knows the weight of a shield. He knows that a beautiful chest means nothing if the heart inside is cowardly. He is here because this is where the youth are, and the youth are the raw material he wishes to sculpt. He watches them scrape the oil and dirt from their skin with bronze strigils, and he sees a metaphor waiting to be used. If only they were as diligent about scraping the ignorance from their souls. He spots a young man named Charmides, who is currently the toast of the city. Charmides is so handsome that when he enters a room, grown men lose their train of thought and knock over wine cups. He is surrounded by admirers, basking in the attention, his ego inflating with every compliment. Socrates approaches, not with flattery, but with a question about a headache. He has heard Charmides has been suffering from morning headaches, a relatable ailment for a young aristocrat who likely enjoys the symposium a little too much. Socrates claims he has a cure, a special leaf, but, and here is the catch, the leaf only works if it is accompanied by a specific incantation. And the incantation, he explains with a straight face, only works if the patient's soul is temperate. For as one should not attempt to cure the eyes apart from the head, Socrates murmurs, leaning in close enough that Charmides can smell garlic on his breath. So one should not attempt to cure the body apart from the soul. The boys stop their exercises. The wrestling matches pause. The circle forms. This is the true sport of the gymnasium, the wrestling match of the mind. Socrates begins to dismantle Charmides. He asks him to define sophrosine, temperance, or self-control. It is a word the Greeks love, but can rarely define. Charmides tries. He blushes, a sign of modesty that Socrates finds charming, and suggests that temperance is a kind of quietness. Socrates gently trips him up. Is it not better to read quickly, to run quickly? So quietness isn't always good. Charmides tries again. Is it modesty? Is it minding one's own business? Step by step, hold by hold, Socrates counters every definition. He is performing mental judo, using the boy's own momentum to throw him to the mat. The other youths watch, fascinated. They see their golden boy, who can pin anyone in the wrestling pit, being pinned by an old man using nothing but words. There is a scholarly debate that often circles these interactions. Was Socrates merely a destructive force, paralyzing his students with confusion, a state called aporia? Or was he clearing the ground for something new to be built? Some historians argue that he was a midwife of the soul, helping others give birth to their own truth, while others suggest he was a master of irony who knew the answers but refused to give them. In the gymnasium, the effect is electric. He is showing them that their physical strength is fragile. A fever can take their muscles. Age will take their beauty. But the mind is a fortress that, if built correctly, can withstand the siege of time. He teases them, joking that he is a matchmaker. But instead of matching them with brides, he is trying to match them with wisdom, though he admits wisdom is a rather demanding mistress who doesn't care about their abdominal muscles. The sensory shift in the gymnasium is subtle but profound. As the conversation deepens, the focus moves from the body to the invisible. The sweat drying on their skin begins to cool. The sun dips lower, casting long, rectangular shadows from the pillars. The noise of the physical world, the grunts, the thuds, seems to fade into the background, replaced by the quiet intensity of logic. Socrates is teaching them to see with the eye of the soul. He challenges them. You spend hours oiling your skin and combing your hair, but you let your mind grow wild with weeds. Why is the container more important to you than the contents? It is a question that hangs in the dusty air, uncomfortable and necessary. He is not telling them to despise the body. Socrates was not an ascetic in the Christian sense, but to subordinate it. The body is the chariot, the soul is the charioteer. If the charioteer is drunk or asleep, it doesn't matter how magnificent the horses are, the crash is inevitable. As the session breaks up, the young men head to the baths, quieter than before. Charmides is rubbing his temples, perhaps realizing his headache was the least of his problems. Socrates remains behind for a moment, watching the dust motes dance in the last shaft of sunlight. He picks up a discus, weighs it in his hand, and sets it down. He has done his work. He has planted a seed of doubt in the most fertile soil in Athens. He knows that some of these boys will grow up to be tyrants, like Critias. Others will be heroes, like Xenophon. He cannot control the outcome. He can only tend the garden. He wraps his cloak tighter against the coming evening chill. The gymnasium, usually a place of answers, who is strongest, who is fastest, has become a place of questions. The scene fades from the warm, oil-scented air of Athens. The golden light turns grey. The soft earth turns to frozen mud. We are leaving the world of theoretical struggle for the world of actual survival. The timeline shifts forward 600 years. The warm Mediterranean breeze is replaced by a biting wind that screams down from the Baltic, carrying snow that feels like crushed glass. We are moving from the place where men wrestle for sport to the place where men wrestle for their lives. The philosopher's cloak is replaced by the general's paludamentum. The sand is replaced by ice. Marcus Aurelius is standing on the edge of the known world, and there is no one to ask him about the definition of temperance. Only the silence of the forest and the waiting eyes of the enemy. The world has turned white. The golden oil of the Athenian gymnasium is gone, replaced by a landscape of bone and crystal. We are standing on the edge of the Roman Empire, the limes, where civilization meets the wild. It is winter on the Danube, somewhere near the fortress of Carnuntum in Pannonia. The year is indeterminate, lost in the blur of the Marcomannic Wars that consumed the last decade of Marcus Aurelius's life. The wind here is a living thing. It screams down from the darker, unmapped forests of Germania, slicing through layers of wool and leather, as if they were gauze. It is a cold that does not just chill the skin, it settles in the marrow. The river itself, the mighty Danube, is a sullen, frozen grey ribbon, thick plates of ice grinding against each other with the sound of breaking teeth. To breathe here is to inhale needles. The sky is a flat, oppressive slate, pressing down on the thousands of leather tents that make up the legionary camp. This is a city of soldiers, a grid of order imposed on a chaos of mud and snow. Inside the praetorium, the commander's tent, the air is only slightly warmer, heated by a brazier that smells of charcoal and damp socks. Here sits Marcus Aurelius. He is 55 years old now, and he looks every day of it. His beard is long and white, a tangled forest of its own. His face is a map of exhaustion. The skin papery and pale, etched with the lines of chronic pain. He wears the lorica musculata, the sculpted breastplate of a general, but it sits heavily on his frame. Underneath, he wears layers of tunic to ward off the chill that exacerbates his chest condition. He is the most powerful man on earth, yet he is eating a dinner of hard biscuit and sour wine, known as posca, the same ration given to the lowest grunt in the shield wall. He chews slowly, his mind drifting. There is a grim irony here that might bring a faint, tired smile to his lips. He spent his youth studying philosophy to learn how to live a good life, and he is spending his old age commanding men to kill. The universe, it seems, has a dry sense of humor. He dips his quill into an ink pot that he has to keep near the brazier to prevent it from freezing. He is writing in a small notebook, a collection of private thoughts he calls "To Myself." He writes in Greek, the language of his beloved philosophers, not the Latin of the army. The spider is proud when it catches a fly. He scratches onto the parchment, and another when he catches a poor hare, and another when he catches a little fish in a net, and another when he catches wild boars, and another when he catches bears, and another when he catches Sarmatians. He pauses. He is calling himself a spider. He is diminishing his own victories, stripping them of their glory to see the bare truth underneath. He is reminding himself that conquering a tribe is no different than hunting a boar. It is just violence wrapped in a flag. He does this to stay humble. He does this to stay sane. The soldiers outside worship him as a god. He knows he is just a man who is cold and wants to go home. The war is brutal and endless. The enemy, the Marcomanni, the Quadi, the Yazyges, are not faceless monsters. Marcus knows this. They are men driven by the same needs as his own people: land, food, safety. They look across the river at the wealth of Rome, and they want it. Who can blame them? But it is his duty to stop them. There is a famous story from these wars, a moment where myth and history blur into a single stormy afternoon. It is known as the miracle of the rain. The Roman 12th Legion, later nicknamed the Fulminata, or Thundering Legion, was surrounded by the Quadi. They were cut off from water, dying of thirst under the baking summer sun. For even in this frozen narrative, we remember the heat of that desperate summer. The soldiers were collapsing, their tongues swollen, their shields too heavy to lift. The enemy closed in for the slaughter. Then, the sky turned black. A torrential downpour burst from the heavens, a deluge so violent it washed away the attackers and filled the helmets of the Romans with sweet, saving water. Soldiers drank while they fought, faces upturned to the storm, gulping down the rain mixed with blood. Lightning struck the barbarian engines of war. It was a divine rescue. But here is where the historians and the priests begin to argue, their voices echoing down the corridors of time. Who sent the rain? The Roman column in the Capitol shows Jupiter Pluvius, the rain god, spreading his winged arms. The Egyptian sorcerer, Harnuphis, who was traveling with the army, claimed he summoned it with spells to Mercury. The Christian soldiers in the legion claimed it was their god answering their prayers. Marcus, ever the Stoic, likely saw it as nature doing what nature does, balancing a drought with a storm, though he was pragmatic enough to let the soldiers believe whatever boosted their morale. He accepted the water, thanked the cosmos, and went back to work. But tonight, there is no miracle rain, only the relentless snow. The camp is quiet, save for the rhythmic stomp of the sentries and the occasional cough from a nearby tent. Marcus rubs his aching joints. He misses Rome, but not the palace. He misses the warmth. He misses his books. He thinks of his son, Commodus, who is with him in the camp. Commodus is strong, handsome, and skilled with the sword, everything Marcus is not. And yet, Marcus looks at the boy and feels a cold dread that has nothing to do with the weather. He sees a shallowness in Commodus, a love of applause, a cruelty that has not yet fully bloomed. He wonders if he has failed as a father while succeeding as an emperor. It is the one question he cannot answer with a stoic maxim. A son is a mirror, the old saying goes, but Marcus fears the mirror is broken. He blows on his hands to warm them. He looks at the lamp flame, watching it dance. He writes one last thought for the night. Dig within. Within is the well of good, and it is always ready to bubble up, if you just dig. He is trying to find that well in the frozen earth of Pannonia. He is trying to find a place inside himself that the cold cannot touch. He closes the book. He does not know that this little book will survive the collapse of his empire, that it will be read by presidents and poets thousands of years later. He just knows that it helps him sleep. He blows out the lamp. The darkness rushes in, complete and heavy. He pulls the fur blankets up to his chin. Outside, the wind howls like a lost soul, scratching at the tent flaps. But as the emperor drifts into a fitful sleep, the scene begins to dissolve. The cold, hard reality of the Danube fades. The howling wind softens, changing pitch, becoming less like a storm and more like a whisper. The heavy, frozen silence of the military camp is replaced by a different kind of quiet. The warm, internal silence of a man listening to a voice no one else can hear. We travel back in time, back to the sun-drenched streets of Athens. But we are going inward. We are moving from the external command of a legion to the internal command of a conscience. Socrates is walking down a street, and he stops suddenly, freezing in place not because of the cold, but because he has been given an order, not from a general and not from a king. The order comes from the daimon, the divine sign that sits on his shoulder like an invisible bird. It is time to listen to the voice that never says, "Do this," but only ever whispers, "Do not." The silence of a frozen Danube forest is heavy and external, pressing in from the outside. But the silence that descends on Socrates is sudden, internal, and absolute. We are back in the warmth of Athens, walking along a sun-drenched street with the philosopher and a few of his companions. They are likely heading to a dinner party or a symposium, talking loudly about the nature of love or the price of wine. The mood is light, the sandals are slapping against the stones. And then, without warning, Socrates stops. He does not slow down. He simply freezes, as if an invisible hand has grabbed his shoulder. His friends, used to this eccentricity, stop a few paces ahead. They look back, sighing with a mix of affection and exasperation. "He is doing it again," one whispers. They know better than to touch him. They know that the stonecutter has heard the voice. This is the daimonion, the divine sign that Socrates claimed to have heard since childhood. It is one of the most mysterious and debated aspects of his life. Historians, psychologists, and mystics have spent centuries arguing over what exactly happened in these moments. Was it a form of temporal lobe epilepsy? Was it a hallucination brought on by a brilliant but fractured mind? Or was it, as he claimed, a genuine connection to a divine entity? In the ancient world, the line between madness and godliness was thin and permeable, often drawn in the same dust. To the modern ear, a man hearing voices needs medication. To the Athenian ear, he needs an altar. But Socrates' voice was unique. It was not the booming command of Zeus or the poetic riddle of Apollo. It was a quiet, personal check engine light for the soul. Most importantly, and here is the detail that makes the hair on the back of the neck stand up, The voice never told him what to do. It only ever told him what not to do. It was a negative theology, a divine brake pedal. It never said, go to the market or talk to Alcibiades. It only said, stop. Do not go down that road. Do not speak yet. It was a guardian of limits. Imagine living your life with a supernatural prohibition officer constantly looking over your shoulder. On this particular afternoon, perhaps the group was about to turn down a narrow alleyway. The daimonian whispers, a sound Socrates described not as a thought, but as a distinct auditory phenomenon, like a voice spoken into the ear. He stops. He turns. We must not go this way, he murmurs, his eyes unfocused. His friends, perhaps a bit hungry and annoyed, might roll their eyes. Oh, come on, Socrates, it's a shortcut. One or two might ignore him and walk on. Only two, as the anecdotes often claim with a wink, run into a herd of pigs or get splashed by a chamber pot emptied from a window. The soft humor of these stories serves a purpose. It grounds the mystical in the messy reality of city life. It paints Socrates not as a terrifying prophet, but as a slightly inconvenient friend who happens to have a hotline to the gods. But the voice did more than help him avoid dirty laundry. It saved his life, and in doing so, condemned him to death. The daimonian is the reason Socrates never entered politics. In a democracy like Athens, where every citizen was expected to participate in the assembly, staying out of politics was seen as suspicious, almost unpatriotic. The Greeks had a word for a private person who took no interest in the state. Idiots, the root of our word, idiot. But Socrates explained that the voice forbade him from entering a public life. If I had attempted to take part in politics, he told his jurors later, I should have perished long ago and done no good either to you or to myself. The voice knew that a man who fights for true justice cannot survive in a crowd. He must remain a private citizen. The crowd always demands compromise, and the voice did not allow compromise. It demanded a purity that was incompatible with the deal-making of the assembly. So, the voice saved him from being purged by the angry mob in his 30s, preserving him so he could be executed by the angry mob in his 70s. It was a delay, not a rescue. There is a profound loneliness in this experience. While Marcus Aurelius will later spend his life trying to build an inner citadel through discipline and logic, constructing his peace brick by brick, Socrates is simply possessed by his. He is a vessel. He does not choose when the voice speaks. He is walking through life on a leash held by an invisible master. This relationship with the daimonian creates a strange distance between him and other men. He can explain his logic to them. He can walk them through the steps of an argument until they agree. But he cannot explain the voice. It is the one thing he cannot share. When he stands freezing in the street, he is in a world of one. The sensory experience of the city, the smell of roasting garlic, the shouting of merchants, the heat of the sun, fades into a grey background hum. The only reality is the signal. It is a moment of total surrender. He trusts this silence more than he trusts his own eyes. And the voice is getting louder. As the political situation in Athens darkens, as the Peloponnesian War grinds toward its disastrous end, the daimonian begins to steer him into more dangerous waters. It stops him from preparing a defense speech. It stops him from fleeing the city. It herds him, gently but inexorably, toward the trial. It is a chilling realization. The divine sign is not trying to save his body. It is trying to save his soul, even if the cost is his life. The friends waiting for him on the street corner do not know this. They just see an old man staring at a wall. Socrates, one calls out gently. The soup will be cold. He blinks. The connection breaks. The ambient noise of Athens rushes back in, the rumble of carts, the laughter of children. He smiles, that cryptic, sauter-like smile. Yes, he says, adjusting his cloak. Let us go. But not that way. He turns and walks the long way around, following the invisible map, stepping carefully over the cobblestones of destiny. He is a man who knows that the most important conversations are the ones that happen in silence. And as he walks away, leaving us standing in the dusty street, the scene begins to dissolve. The sunlight fades. The warm stones turn to canvas walls. The smell of the city is replaced by the smell of lamp oil and old leather. We are moving from the man who heard a voice to the man who had to write his own. We return to the frontier, where the emperor is awake, trying to build a fortress inside his own head. If Socrates was a receiver of divine signals, waiting for the bell of the diamond to ring, Marcus Aurelius is a transmitter, broadcasting a signal into the void of his own soul to keep it from collapsing. We return to the frozen frontier, but the camera moves closer, passing through the heavy leather flaps of the imperial tent to find the emperor alone at his desk. It is the dead of night. The camp is asleep, a sprawling city of snoring men and stamping horses. But Marcus is awake. He is engaging in a ritual that has become his lifeline. He is building the inner citadel. This is not a physical structure of stone and mortar, though he knows plenty about those. It is a mental fortress constructed of logic, gratitude, and sheer will. He dips his reed pen into the ink, the black liquid trembling with the vibration of his hand. He is writing in Greek, the language of his education, a secret code of the intellect amidst a sea of rough Latin soldiers. He is not writing for an audience. He is not writing for history. He is writing for the most difficult audience imaginable, himself. Historians and philologists have long noted that the title we use today, Meditations, is a later invention, likely added by a Byzantine scholar centuries after the empire fell. Marcus simply titled these bundles of scrolls Ta Eis Heauton, to himself. It is a title that strips away all pretension. These are not sermons. They are self-medications. Imagine the intimacy of this. You are looking over the shoulder of the most powerful man on earth as he tries to talk himself out of a panic attack, or a depression, or a fit of rage. He is his own therapist. The pages are filled with commands, not to armies, but to his own wandering mind. Erase the impressions, he writes, pressing the nib hard against the papyrus. Stop the puppet strings. He is referring to the Stoic concept of fantasiae, the initial impressions that hit our minds before we have a chance to judge them. A soldier insults him. That is an impression. The feeling of anger, that is the puppet string. Marcus is training himself to cut the string. He is practicing the discipline of assent. He tells himself that the insult is just noise, sound waves vibrating in the air, meaning nothing unless he chooses to give it meaning. It is not the thing itself that disturbs you, he scrawls, but your judgment of it. He repeats this like a mantra, a lullaby to soothe the frightened child inside the emperor's robes. There is a deeply human, almost humorous relatability to his struggles. In one famous passage, he practically drags himself out of bed by the ear. At dawn, When you have trouble getting out of bed, he writes, tell yourself, I have to go to work as a human being. What do I have to complain of if I am going to do what I was born for? One can almost see him shivering under the blankets, staring at the cold tent ceiling, dreading the morning briefing, and using high philosophy to force himself to put his feet on the freezing floor. It is a comfort to know that even a Roman emperor hated Monday mornings. But the inner citadel is more than just a pep talk. It is a place of refuge. The world outside the tent is chaotic. There are betrayals, generals who lie, politicians who steal. There is filth, the dysentery that ravages the camp, the mud that covers everything. There is death, constant, smelly, and senseless. If Marcus let all of this inside his heart, it would rot him from the interior. So he digs a moat. He visualizes his mind as a separate entity, a sphere of light that cannot be touched by the mud of the world. The mind, he writes, is a sphere, perfectly round, if it does not flare out to grasp anything or collapse inward. He is visualizing geometry to find peace. He retreats into this sphere when the stress becomes too much. It is a psychological technique that modern cognitive behavioral therapists would recognize instantly. He is reframing the narrative. He is not a victim of the war. He is a man doing his duty in a war. The difference is everything. He writes about the people who annoy him, the meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly. People he has to deal with every day. He reminds himself that they are like this because they don't know any better, because they are ignorant of good and evil. They are my kin, he reminds himself, forcing compassion where he wants to feel contempt. I cannot be angry with my kinsman nor hate him. It is an exhausting mental exercise, reprinting his own emotions in real time. The sensory atmosphere of the tent is one of focused isolation. The lamp oil runs low, the wick needing a trim, casting long, erratic shadows that dance on the canvas walls like the ghosts of the Marcomanni he has killed. The smell of old parchment, dry and dusty, mixes with the metallic scent of the charcoal brazier. His hand cramps. He is old, and the dampness of the river makes his joints ache. Yet he keeps writing. He quotes tragedy. He quotes comedy. He quotes the slave Epictetus. He is weaving a safety net of words to catch him when he falls. He reflects on the vastness of time to shrink his problems. Think of the age of the universe, he tells himself, and what a tiny speck you are. It is the view from above, a stoic exercise of imagining the earth from the stars. From up there, the war on the Danube is just an ant colony fighting over a crumb. It doesn't matter. And if it doesn't matter, it can be endured. This perspective brings a cold, starry kind of comfort. It is the peace of insignificance. As the night wears on, the camp begins to stir. The first grey light of pre-dawn bleeds through the tent fabric. The sentries are changing guard, the clank of armor echoing in the mist. Marcus puts down the pen. He sprinkles sand over the wet ink to dry it, sand that might have come from the floor of the Colosseum or the banks of the Nile carried in his travel kit. He closes the book. The inner citadel is secure for another day. He has fortified the walls. He stands up, groaning slightly as his knees protest, and reaches for the purple cloak. The philosopher disappears. The emperor returns. He steps out of the tent into the biting cold, his face composed, his eyes calm. The soldiers see him and straighten up, seeing only the mask of power. They do not know that the man they salute has spent the last 4 hours convincing himself that their applause is meaningless smoke. He is ready to face the world because he has already faced himself. But as the sun struggles to rise over the Danube, far away in space and time, a different kind of darkness is gathering. We leave the cold comfort of the Roman camp and drift back to the heat of Athens. But the golden light is gone. The sky over the Acropolis is turning a sickly yellow, the color of a coming storm. The mood has shifted. The laughter in the agora has stopped. The city that loved the gadfly is beginning to look for a swatter. The clouds are gathering, and Socrates, who hears the internal voice so clearly, seems deaf to the thunder rolling in from the assembly. The light over Attica has changed. We have left the crystalline, freezing clarity of the Danube and returned to the warmth of the Mediterranean. But the sun that beats down on Athens now feels different. It is no longer the golden, confident light of the Periclean age, that honey-thick illumination that made every statue look like a god and every citizen look like a hero. It is a harsh, glaring white light that exposes cracks in the marble and lines of worry on the faces of men. The year is 399 BC, or close to it. The city is suffering from a collective hangover, a throbbing headache of the soul brought on by decades of war, hubris, and catastrophe. The Peloponnesian War is over, and Athens has lost. The unthinkable has happened. The great fleet, the wooden walls of the democracy, has been smashed to splinters. The long walls that connected the city to the sea have been pulled down to the sound of Spartan flutes, a humiliation so deep it still burns in the chest of every man in the agora. The empire is gone, the tribute is gone, the swagger is gone. In its place is a nervous, twitchy paranoia, the kind that settles over a house after a burglary, where every creak of the floorboards sounds like an intruder. The air is thick with the dust of reconstruction, but also with the invisible, choking dust of resentment. Athens is looking for someone to blame. It is a tragedy of history that societies, when hurt, rarely look in the mirror. They look for a scapegoat. They look for the thing that doesn't fit, the irritant, the stranger in the midst. And in 399 BC, nothing fits less than Socrates. For decades, he was the city's eccentric uncle, the barefoot philosopher whose questions were annoying but tolerated, like a drafty window in a warm house. But now the house is freezing and the draft is intolerable. The mood in the marketplace has shifted from amusement to suspicion. When Socrates approaches a group of men now, they do not smile and wave him over. They tighten their cloaks, they look at their feet, they whisper, "Is he not the one who taught Critias?" They mutter. Was not Alcibiades, the traitor, his beloved student? These are dangerous ghosts to raise. Critias was the leader of the 30 tyrants, the puppet government installed by Sparta that murdered fully 5% of the Athenian population in a reign of terror. He was a monster, but he was also an intellectual, a man who had sat at Socrates' feet and learned the art of argument. The city looks at the teacher and sees the shadow of the student. They wonder if the poison in Athens came from the questions asked in the olive groves. It is here that we encounter a fascinating knot of legal and historical irony. The Athenians cannot actually put Socrates on trial for being the teacher of tyrants. When democracy was restored, the city passed a remarkable piece of legislation known as the Act of Oblivion, an amnesty that forbade prosecuting anyone for crimes committed during the Civil War. It was a noble attempt to heal the city, to bury the hatchet. But hate is a shallow grave. The hatchet is easily dug up, because they cannot charge him with the political crimes they are truly angry about. His enemies must invent a religious crime. They must weave a net out of impiety and corrupting the youth. Historians have long noted the cynicism of this. It is like charging a man with jaywalking because you cannot prove he burned down your house. The charges are a mask for a much deeper, uglier vendetta. The storm clouds are gathering specifically in the shop of a man named Anytus. Anytus is a tanner, a man who has made a fortune turning animal hides into leather. One can imagine the smell that clings to him, the sharp chemical tang of urine and oak gall used in the tanning process. He is a man of the new democracy, practical, patriotic, and deeply insecure. He hates Socrates with a passion that is personal. Socrates has, on more than one occasion, publicly questioned Anytus's parenting and his understanding of virtue. Socrates suggested that Anytus's son should be more than just a tanner, a comment that Anytus took as a direct insult to his livelihood and his legacy. There is nothing more dangerous than a powerful man who feels intellectually inferior. Anytus gathers his allies. There is Meletus, a young poet with a wispy beard and a hooked nose, a man whose poetry is apparently so bad that history has forgotten it entirely, remembering him only as the puppet who signed the indictment. And there is Lycon, an orator who represents the rhetoricians Socrates has spent a lifetime mocking. It is a coalition of the offended, the politician, the poet, and the speaker. They are the immune system of the city, mobilizing to attack the virus of philosophy. The sensory atmosphere of Athens reflects this tension. The wind, the Meltemi, blows hard from the north, whipping up grit that stings the eyes. The sky turns a bruised purple over the Parthenon. In the portico of the King Archon, the official magistrate for religious matters, a small scrap of papyrus is posted. It is the indictment. The words are simple, but they carry the weight of death. Socrates is guilty of refusing to recognize the gods recognized by the state and of introducing other new divinities. He is also guilty of corrupting the youth. The penalty demanded is death. People gather to read it. There is a hush. This is not a lawsuit about money. This is a lawsuit about the soul of Athens. Some are shocked. Socrates is 70 years old, harmless, a fixture of the city like an old statue. Why now? Others nod grimly. It is time, they think. It is time to clean the house. And where is Socrates while the sky darkens? He is likely sitting on a stone bench, watching the storm roll in. He is not packing his bags. He is not hiring lawyers. He is not calling in favors. He seems almost bemused by the weather. He treats the indictment not as a catastrophe, but as another interesting question to be examined. So, he might say to a worried friend, Meletus thinks I am inventing gods? How creative of me. I did not know I had the power to populate Olympus. There is a soft, devastating humor in his detachment. He is like a man watching a play where he is the main character, curious to see how the playwright will end the second act. He does not seem to realize, or perhaps he does not care, that the play is a tragedy. He trusts the laws of Athens, even when Athens has ceased to trust itself. He believes that if he simply speaks the truth, the storm will pass. He forgets that when people are afraid, the truth is often the first thing they run from. The thunder rumbles low and deep, shaking the ground, The shopkeepers rush to pull their awnings in. The stray dogs of the agora whimper and seek shelter under the colonnades. The golden hour is officially over. The twilight of the idols has begun. The city is about to commit a crime that will stain its reputation forever, a mistake that will be debated in classrooms for 2,500 years. But for now, it is just a Tuesday in a nervous city. The rain begins to fall, heavy, fat drops that splatter in the dust, turning the marketplace into mud. Socrates stands up, wraps his old cloak around his shoulders, and walks calmly through the downpour. He is walking towards the King Archon's office to answer the charges. He is walking into the trap, and as he disappears into the grey curtain of rain, the scene dissolves. The sound of thunder fades, replaced by the sound of whispering. We leave the public storm of Athens for the private betrayal of Rome. The external enemies are dangerous, yes, but as Marcus Aurelius is about to learn, the knife you see coming is not the one that hurts the most. It is the knife held by the hand you used to shake. If the storm in Athens was a brewing thunderhead of public resentment, the storm in Rome is a silent subterranean earthquake of private betrayal. We leave the rain-slicked streets of the democracy and travel eastward, far from the frozen Danube and the marble capital, to the baking heat of Syria. Here, the air is heavy, not with moisture, but with the dust of the desert and the cloying scent of jasmine and rotting fruit. The light is blinding, a white hammer that strikes the earth, bleaching the color from the stones of Antioch. This is the realm of Avidius Cassius, the governor of Syria, a man who has grown too large for his province. Avidius is a Roman of the old school, or at least he likes to pretend he is. He is severe, disciplined, and utterly humorless. He is the kind of general who bans hot baths and gingerbread for his soldiers, because he believes comfort breeds weakness. He is a man who looks at the philosophical, forgiving nature of Marcus Aurelius and sees not wisdom, but a lack of spine. To a hammer, everything looks like a nail, and to Avidius Cassius, the empire looks like it needs a good, hard hammering. The year is 175 AD. Marcus is struggling in the north, his body failing, his lungs rattling with the damp cold. Rumors fly faster than eagles, and in the ancient world, a rumor is often more powerful than a legion. A whisper starts in the bazaars of the east, passes to the bathhouses, and ends up in the governor's palace. Marcus Aurelius is dead. The philosopher has finally succumbed to his stomach pains and his cough. The throne is empty. The world is holding its breath. Avidius Cassius does not weep. He does not mourn. He sees the vacancy sign hanging over the world, and he steps forward to fill it. He declares himself emperor. The legions of the East, loyal to the man who led them to victory against the Parthians, hail him as Caesar. It is a betrayal of the highest order, a knife in the back from one of Marcus's most trusted lieutenants. Here, we stumble into one of the murkiest corridors of history, where the truth is hidden behind curtains of gossip and misogyny. Historians still argue furiously about the role of the Empress Faustina in this treason. The ancient sources, often written by men who distrusted powerful women, claim that Faustina herself sent a secret letter to Cassius, urging him to seize the throne if her husband died. They paint her as a scheming Lady Macbeth, worried that if Marcus died, her young son Commodus would be killed by rivals, and she needed a strong protector. Was she a traitor? Or was she a desperate mother trying to secure the safety of her children in a shark tank? The truth is likely lost to the silence of the past, but the rumor alone was enough to ignite the East. For 3 months, the empire stands on the brink of another civil war, the kind that had torn Rome apart a century before. News of the rebellion reaches Marcus on the Danube. Imagine the scene inside the tent. The messenger, dusty and terrified, delivers the scroll. The generals around Marcus bristle with rage. Hands drop to sword hilts. They demand blood. They want to march east and crucify every traitor from the Nile to the Euphrates. But Marcus sits quietly. He reads the news with the same expression he uses to read a tax report. He does not scream. He does not throw the table. He is disappointed. It is a reaction that is almost infuriatingly calm. He gathers his troops, who are confused and angry, and he gives a speech that is utterly unique in the annals of military history. He tells them they will march to the east, not to destroy an enemy, but to teach a friend. He expresses a genuine wish that he could have settled this without bloodshed. "I would have wished," he reportedly says, "to invite Cassius to argue his case before the Senate, and if the empire would be better served by him, I would gladly step down." There is a ripple of disbelief through the ranks. The soldiers look at each other. Is he joking? No, he is serious. He is the philosopher king, and he is applying his philosophy to the ultimate test, treason. He refuses to hate the man who wants to kill him. He writes to the Senate, begging them not to execute Cassius's accomplices. "I pray that no senator be put to death during my reign," he pleads. He wants to heal the tear in the empire's fabric, not widen it with vengeance. It is a moment of supreme moral beauty, a flower blooming in the middle of a battlefield. But the tragedy of the usurper is that he rarely gets the dramatic ending he imagines. Cassius does not get to debate Marcus. He does not get a glorious battle. The rebellion collapses from within. As it becomes clear that Marcus is very much alive and marching south with the might of the Danube legions, Cassius's support evaporates like water on hot stone. A centurion, realizing he has bet on the wrong horse, walks into Cassius's tent and ends the dream of empire with a single thrust of a sword. The rebellion ends, not with a bang, but with a messy, ignoble assassination. The head of Avidius Cassius is severed, packed in salt, and sent to Marcus as a gruesome peace offering. When the grisly package arrives at the imperial camp, we see the true measure of the man. A lesser emperor would have put the head on a pike. A vengeful man would have spat on it. Marcus refuses to even look at it. He orders it to be buried respectfully. He mourns the fact that he has been robbed of the chance to grant forgiveness in person. "I have lost the prize of the war," he says, "the chance to turn an enemy into a friend." He then captures Cassius's correspondence, boxes of letters that contain the names of every conspirator, every senator who secretly supported the rebellion. It is a naughty list that could justify a purge of half the aristocracy. His advisors rub their hands together. Now they can root out the rats. But Marcus takes the boxes, walks to the brazier, and throws them into the fire, unopened. He watches the papyrus curl and blacken, the names of his enemies turning to ash and smoke. He explains that he does not want to know who they are. If he knows, he will have to punish them. If he burns the proof, he can let them live in peace, forced to be loyal by his mercy rather than his terror. It is a stunning act of clemency, but it leaves a lonely aftertaste. Marcus realizes that he is surrounded by men who do not understand him, who mistake his kindness for weakness and his patience for cowardice. He is the father of a family that keeps trying to stab him. The heat of the east fades as the smoke from the burning letters rises into the sky. The sensory palette shifts from the dry, dusty heat of Syria back to the cool, rain-washed stone of Athens. We move from a man who forgave a traitor to a man who is being treated like one. The fire in Marcus's tent dies down, leaving only ash. But in Athens, the fire is just being lit. The trial is about to begin. Socrates, who has never led an army or ruled a province, is about to face a judgment far less merciful than the one Marcus granted to a rebel general. The crowd is waiting. The jury is seated. And the man who claims to know nothing is about to teach his city a lesson it will never forget. The silence of the burning letters in Syria is replaced by the roar of the wooden benches in Athens. We step into the Heliaia, the people's court, and the noise is physical. A wall of sound made by 501 pairs of sandals, shuffling, throats clearing, and whispers trading gossip. It is 399 BC, and the atmosphere is less like a Supreme Court and more like a crowded theater before the curtain rises. The air is stifling, smelling of unwashed wool, garlic, and the damp, nervous sweat of a city that has forgotten how to be just. Light streams in through the open roof, illuminating dust motes that swirl around the head of the defendant. Socrates stands on the bema, the speaker's platform. He is 70 years old now. His hair is a thinning halo of white, his beard unkempt, his cloak the same threadbare garment he has worn for years. He does not look like a threat to the state. He looks like a grandfather who has lost his way to the market. But the eyes, those bulging, intense eyes, are clear and sharp. He is not afraid. In fact, he looks almost bored by the procedural dragging on around him. To his right stands the clepsydra, the water clock. It is 2 clay pots, one stacked above the other, with a small hole allowing water to drip from the top to the bottom. It is the ancient hourglass of justice. Time is literally running out, measured in drops. When the water stops, the speech must end. A typical defendant in Athens would use this time to plead. He would weep. He would tear his clothes. He would drag his wife and small children onto the stage, pinching them so they would cry, begging the jury for mercy, not based on facts, but on pity. It was a well-rehearsed theater of emotional manipulation. The jury expects it. They are waiting for the show. But Socrates stands there with his hands at his sides, and he does nothing of the sort. He looks at the jury, a mix of cobblers, farmers, and shopkeepers, and he smiles. He refuses to debase himself. He refuses to act the part of the victim. I have a family, he says calmly, sons who are still young. But I will not bring them here to beg you. Not out of arrogance, men of Athens, but out of respect for the law. You are here to judge the truth, not to dole out favors. It is a slap in the face to the jury's ego. They want him to grovel. Instead, he is lecturing them. He begins his defense, the famous apologia. But the Greek word apologia does not mean apology in the modern sense of saying, I'm sorry. It means defense or explanation. And Socrates is certainly not sorry. He speaks in his usual maddeningly simple style. He doesn't use the high-flown rhetoric of the courts. He speaks as if he were standing by the fish stalls. He tells them about the oracle. He tells them about his mission. He compares himself to a gadfly and the state to a lazy horse. I am that gadfly which God has attached to the state, he declares, his voice raspy but carrying to the back rows. And all day long, and in all places, I am always fastening upon you, arousing and persuading and reproaching you. The jury shifts uncomfortably. No one likes to be called a lazy horse. A few hecklers shout from the back. Socrates waits for them to quiet down, unruffled, like a teacher waiting for a rowdy class to settle. He addresses Meletus, his accuser, directly. He dissects the young poet's charges with the precision of a surgeon, exposing them as contradictory nonsense. You say I believe in no gods, Socrates points out, and yet you say I teach about new spiritual agencies. Can a man believe in mule foals without believing in horses and donkeys? The logic is sound, but the tone is dangerous. He is making Meletus look like a fool, and by extension, he is making the jury feel foolish for listening to him. Historians have long debated Socrates' strategy here. Xenophon suggests that Socrates actually wanted to die, that he felt old age was creeping up, and this was a dignified exit. Plato paints a picture of a man so committed to the truth that he simply couldn't modify his behavior to save his skin. Perhaps it was a mix of both. He was not suicidal, but he was uncompromising. He was playing a game of chicken with the Athenian conscience, daring them to kill a man for simply asking questions. The water in the clepsydra runs low. The last drops echo in the sudden silence. Socrates concludes. He does not ask for acquittal. He tells them, "Men of Athens, I honor and love you, but I shall obey God rather than you." It is the ultimate statement of individual conscience against state power. The herald calls for the vote. The jurors stand up. They each hold a small bronze disc, the ballot. They walk past the urns, dropping their discs in with a metallic clatter. Clang, clang, clang. It is the sound of democracy working, or perhaps failing. The counting begins. The tension in the court is thick enough to choke on. The result is announced. Guilty. But it is close, shockingly close. Out of 500 jurors, a shift of only 30 votes would have acquitted him. This detail often surprises modern listeners who assume the whole city hated him. Athens was divided. Many saw him as a hero. Just slightly more saw him as a nuisance. But the trial is not over. In Athens, after a guilty verdict, there is a penalty phase. The accuser proposes a punishment. Meletus proposes death, and the defendant proposes an alternative. The jury then chooses between the two. This is Socrates' chance to save his life. If he proposes exile or a heavy fine, the jury will likely accept it. They don't really want to kill the old man. They just want him to shut up and go away. His friends, Plato, Crito, Apollodorus, are frantically signaling to him. They have money. They can pay a fine. Say exile, their eyes scream. Say a fine. Socrates stands up again. He looks at the jury with a twinkle in his eye. He proposes his punishment. Since he has spent his life serving the city by helping people become virtuous, he suggests that the city should give him free meals for life at the Prytaneum, the state dining hall, usually reserved for Olympic victors and visiting kings. The court erupts. It is an uproar of disbelief. He is mocking them. He is telling them he deserves a reward, not a punishment. It is the most punk rock moment in the history of philosophy. He is laughing in the face of death. Eventually, yielding slightly to his friend's terrified whispers, he offers to pay a small fine, 30 minae. But the damage is done. The jury is insulted. They vote on the penalty. This time, the vote for death is higher than the vote for guilt. He has talked them into killing him. He has forced them to take responsibility for their intolerance. He stands there as the death sentence is read, calm amidst the chaos. He turns to the friends who are weeping. What is this? He chides them gently. I sent the women away to avoid exactly this kind of noise. A man should die in peace. He is led away, not in chains, but flanked by guards who look more ashamed than he does. He walks towards the prison, his step light, his head high. He has lost the trial, but he has won the argument. He has forced Athens to reveal its true face. The wooden benches are empty now, the jurors filing out into the afternoon sun, arguing, justifying, washing their hands of the deed. But the water clock sits empty, its job done. Time has run out for Socrates, but his clock is just starting to tick for history. The scene fades from the dusty, noisy courtroom to the heavy, silent weight of a different kind of judgment. We move from the man who rejected the power of the state to the man who is the state. We return to Marcus Aurelius, who stands in his palace, holding a laurel wreath that feels heavier than lead, realizing that while Socrates died to be free, he must live to be a prisoner. The noise of the Athenian courtroom, with its 500 shouting jurors, fades into the past, only to be replaced by a roar that is 1,000 times louder. We are in Rome, in the year 176 AD. The air is shaking. It is a physical vibration, a thumping in the chest caused by the screaming of 500,000 throats. This is a triumph, the highest honor the Roman state can bestow upon a man, a ritual of glory so intense it was believed to turn a mortal into a god for a single day. The streets are carpeted with flowers. The temples are smoking with incense, clouds of frankincense and myrrh drifting over the heads of the mob like holy fog. And riding high above it all, standing in a 4-horse chariot that gleams like the sun, is Marcus Aurelius. He is returning from the north, from the ice and the blood of the Danube, and he has brought victory with him. But if you look closely at the man standing in the golden car, you do not see joy. You see a man enduring a headache of cosmic proportions. He wears the toga picta, a robe of solid purple embroidered with gold stars, heavy as a wet rug. On his head sits the laurel wreath, the symbol of victory. But in this era, the wreath is often made of gold, a rigid, pressing weight that digs into the temples. His face is painted red with minium, a lead-based pigment, to make him resemble the terracotta statue of Jupiter Optimus Maximus that resides on the Capitoline Hill. He is literally a painted idol, a living statue on display. The crowd screams his name, Antoninus, Caesar, Augustus, and they throw their hands up, begging for a look, a coin, a blessing. To them, he is the master of the world, the man who commands life and death. But Marcus, looking out through the eye holes of his red mask, sees the truth. He is not the master. He is the captive. He looks at the procession ahead of him. There are wagons piled high with loot, silver plates, barbarian weapons, furs, and jewelry. There are paintings on large placards depicting the battles, violent scenes of Roman swords cutting through German flesh, displayed for the mob's entertainment. And then there are the prisoners, men, women, and children from the Marcomanni and Quadi tribes, walking in chains, their heads bowed, their eyes wide with the terror of this loud stone city. Marcus looks at them and feels a strange, secret kinship. He realizes that he is just as bound as they are. Their chains are made of iron. His are made of duty. They are forced to walk to the Capitol to be displayed. He is forced to rule the world until he dies. He is the first servant of the state, a slave to the welfare of millions who do not know him and whom he will never meet. The irony is bitter. Socrates was a free man who was executed. Marcus is an executed man who is forced to live. Standing behind him in the chariot is a public slave. This is a detail that has passed into legend, and while historians argue about the exact phrasing, the tradition is too powerful to ignore. The slave's job is to hold the golden crown over the emperor's head, or perhaps stand just behind him and whisper into his ear throughout the procession. As the crowd roars, "God, Divine One," the slave leans in and murmurs, "Respice poste, hominem de memento." Look behind you. Remember you're only a man. It is a ritualized check on hubris, a state-sponsored memento mori. For most emperors, this was an annoying formality. For Caligula or Nero, it was likely a joke. But for Marcus, it is the only sane voice in the chaos. He listens to the slave more than he listens to the Senate. He clings to those words. "I am only a man." He repeats it to himself as the chariot bumps over the cobblestones. He is a man with a bad stomach. He is a man who misses his wife. He is a man who is tired of killing. The whisper is an anchor, keeping him from floating away into the madness of ego. Riding next to him, or perhaps in a chariot just behind, is his son, Commodus. He is 15 years old, handsome, athletic, with a head of curly blonde hair that glows in the sun. He is soaking up the adulation like a sponge. He waves to the crowd, flashing a winning smile, loving the smell of the blood and the flowers. Marcus glances at him and feels that familiar cold stone in his gut. He sees that Commodus loves the appearance of power, the costume, the noise. He does not love the burden. Marcus has broken with the tradition of the 5 good emperors, who each adopted the best man for the job. He has chosen his own blood. It is the one great failure of his logic, the one time his heart overruled his head. He hopes, with a desperation that borders on prayer, that the boy will grow into the role. But the look in Commodus's eyes is not the look of a servant. It is the look of a star. The procession winds its way up the Capitoline Hill. The ascent is steep. The chariot lurches. They reach the temple of Jupiter. Marcus steps down. He performs the sacrifice. The white bull is slaughtered, the smoke rises, and the priests chant. It is a bloody, archaic ritual that connects Rome to its primal roots. Marcus goes through the motions with practiced dignity. He is the Pontifex Maximus, the chief priest. He must mediate between the gods and the city. But in his mind, he is back in his tent, back in the quiet. He thinks of a line he will later write. Alexander the Great and his mule driver both died, and the same thing happened to both. They were either absorbed into the life force of the world or scattered into atoms. All this noise, all this pomp, it is just dust in the sunlight. It will all be forgotten. The crowd that cheers him today will be dead in 40 years. The empire itself will one day be a ruin. The inner citadel holds firm against the assault of glory. As the sun sets, the triumph ends. The noise begins to recede, settling into the drunk, happy hum of a city feasting on free grain and wine. Marcus returns to the palace on the Palatine. The heavy doors close behind him, shutting out the world. The silence rushes back in, ringing in his ears. He allows the servants to strip him of the heavy purple robes. He washes the red paint from his face, watching the water turn the color of blood in the basin. He is pale underneath, older than he was at sunrise. He rubs his temples, where the gold wreath has left a red mark. He walks to the window and looks out over the city. The fires of the feast are burning. He is the most powerful man in history. He can order the death of anyone in that city with a wave of his hand. He can annex kingdoms. He can change laws, but he cannot change the one thing that matters. He cannot quit. Socrates could choose to die rather than betray his principles. He had the luxury of the exit. Marcus does not. To quit would be to betray the hive. To abdicate would be to plunge the world into civil war. He is trapped by his own virtue. He must wake up tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that, and read the petitions, and judge the disputes, and lead the armies. He must carry the world until his legs break. He turns away from the window. He walks to his desk, where the scrolls are waiting. The work is not done. The work is never done. The slave's whisper is gone, but the truth remains. He is just a man. And that is the heaviest crown of all. The scene holds on his solitary figure, a small silhouette against the vast shadowed columns of the palace. The luxury feels like a prison cell. We leave him there, the prisoner of duty, and we slip back through the cracks of time. We return to the man who found freedom in a prison cell. We go back to Athens, where the trial is over, the verdict is read, and the punishment is beginning. But unlike the palace of gold, the prison of stone feels strangely light. The door is locked, but the mind inside is roaming the universe, unfettered and unafraid. The death sentence hangs in the air of the Athenian courtroom, like the heavy metallic scent of ozone after a lightning strike. The 501 jurors sit in a stunned, shifting silence, the gravity of what they have just done settling upon them like a cold cloak. They have voted for death, expecting the old man to finally crack, to weep, to beg, to offer them the emotional release of seeing a superior intellect humbled by mortal terror. But Socrates does not crack. He stands on the bema, the speaker's platform, looking out at them with an expression of mild curiosity, as if he were examining a particularly interesting beetle. He is about to deliver his final speech, the apologia, in its truest form. Not a plea for forgiveness, but a defense of a life lived in service to the truth. He adjusts his cloak, which is fraying at the hem, and speaks not with the tremor of a victim, but with the steady, resonant voice of a man who has already accepted his fate. He addresses those who voted for his death first, not with anger, but with a prophetic clarity that must have sent a shiver down their spines. Men of Athens, he begins, his voice echoing off the limestone walls. You have killed me to avoid the accuser who says that you are asleep. But you are mistaken. He tells them that they have acted too soon. If they had just waited a little longer, nature would have done the work for them. He is 70 years old. Death was already walking toward him on slow, steady legs. You think you are killing me to stop the questioning, he says, but you are wrong. By silencing one, you will awaken many. Others will come after me, younger and harsher than I have been, and they will not let you sleep. It is a chilling prediction. He is telling them that ideas cannot be executed. You can poison the body, but the questions escape the corpse and multiply in the air like seeds carried by the wind. Historians and literary scholars have long argued over the exact wording of this final address. Plato, who was present in the court, wrote down a version that is poetic and soaring. a masterpiece of literature. Xenophon, who was away on a military campaign and heard about it later, presents a more defiant, almost arrogant Socrates. The truth, as always, likely lies in the vibration between the two. A man who was too proud to beg and too wise to be angry. He then turns to the friends who voted for his acquittal, the minority who saw the value of the gadfly. He offers them a strange and beautiful comfort. He tells them a secret. All my life, he says, leaning in as if sharing a confidence. The divine sign, the daimonion, has opposed me whenever I was about to do something wrong. It has stopped me mid-sentence. It has turned me away from dangerous paths. But today, during this entire trial, while I spoke, while I refused to beg, while the sentence was read, the voice has been silent. The implication is profound. If the guardian spirit did not stop him from walking into this trap, then the trap must not be a trap at all. Death, he concludes, cannot be an evil. If it were, the voice would have warned him. Therefore, he smiles, be of good cheer about death, and know this of a truth, that no evil can happen to a good man, either in life or after death. It is a statement of absolute spiritual security. He is telling them that the only real harm is the harm we do to our own souls by acting unjustly. The hemlock can kill the body, but it cannot touch the virtue of the man. The sunlight in the courtroom shifts, the shadows lengthening as the afternoon wears on. The water clock is dry. The spectacle is over. But Socrates has one last thing to say, a final request that reveals the deep, unshakable consistency of his character. He asks the jury to punish his sons. If they seem to care about riches or anything more than about virtue, he says, or if they pretend to be something when they are really nothing, reproach them as I have reproached you. It is an astonishing request. He is asking the city to be the gadfly to his own children, to treat them with the same harsh love he gave to Athens. He is a father who wants his sons to be good, not comfortable. And then he delivers the final lines, words that have echoed through 24 centuries of human history, spoken with the calm finality of a closing door. The hour of departure has arrived, and we go our ways, I to die, and you to live. Which is better, God only knows. There is a moment of total stillness. The dust motes dance in the shafts of light. Then the spell breaks. The 11, the prison commissioners, step forward. They are not rough men. They handle him with a strange, hesitant respect. They do not bind his hands. There is no need. He is going willingly. He steps down from the platform, walking through the parted crowd. Some men look away, ashamed to meet his eyes. Others jeer, their relief at the verdict turning into a defensive aggression. But Socrates walks through them as if he were walking through a field of tall grass, unaffected by the burrs clinging to his robe. He is led out of the agora, away from the noise of the democracy, toward the small, squat building of the prison near the marketplace. The door closes behind him with a heavy thud of timber and iron. The sensory shift is immediate. The bright, chaotic light of the courtroom is replaced by the cool, dim quiet of the cell. The air here smells of damp stone and earth, a sharp contrast to the sun-baked dust outside. But for Socrates, this is not a dungeon of despair. It is merely another room to think in. He sits on the simple wooden bench, rubs his legs, and likely makes a joke to his friends about how pleasant it is to sit down after standing for so long. He is not a tragic figure in this moment. He is a triumphant one. He has stared into the face of the state and refused to blink. He has kept his soul intact. The inner citadel that Marcus Aurelius struggled so hard to build is effortless for Socrates. He simply is the citadel. As the sun sets over Athens, painting the Acropolis in shades of violet and blood orange, the city begins to second-guess itself. The anger of the trial fades, replaced by a creeping unease. They have silenced the voice, but the echo is already louder than the shout. The story of the apology begins to travel, carried by the weeping friends, by the shamed jurors, by the young men who wrote it down. It moves out of the courtroom and into the history of the world. But as night falls on the prison, we leave the quiet cell of the philosopher and travel forward in time to a place where death is not a philosophical question, but a daily reality. We return to the life of Marcus Aurelius, where the loss is personal, immediate, and crushing. The philosopher could rationalize his own death, but the emperor must face the death of the one person who knew the man behind the mask. The inner citadel is about to be shaken by the most human of all earthquakes, grief. The prison cell in Athens was a place of choice, a confinement accepted by a free mind. But the tent in the mountains of Cappadocia is a prison of a different kind, a cell made of grief, from which there is no release date. We leave the warm, intellectual sunset of Greece and travel to the harsh, rugged spine of what is now Turkey, to a tiny, forgotten village called Halala in the Taurus Mountains. It is the winter of 175 AD. The imperial caravan has halted, not for battle and not for rest, but because death has come to visit the royal family again. The wind howls through the mountain passes, carrying the bite of snow and the scent of pine, rattling the frames of the wagons and snapping the canvas of the tents. Inside the largest pavilion, the air is thick with the smell of medicinal herbs, burnt sage, heated vinegar, and the metallic tang of fear. Lying on the bed, pale against the crimson pillows, is Ania Galeria Faustina, the Empress of Rome, the wife of Marcus Aurelius, and the mother of his 13 children. She is dying, and for the man sitting by her side, holding her hand with a grip that betrays his terrified heart, the inner citadel is trembling. Marcus Aurelius has spent a lifetime training himself to accept loss. He has written in his notebooks that loss is nothing else but change, and change is nature's delight. He has told himself that loved ones are like leaves on a tree, green in the spring, fallen in the autumn, scattered by the wind. It is beautiful philosophy. It is logical. It is true. But as he watches the chest of the woman he has loved for 30 years rise and fall with agonizing slowness, the logic crumbles into dust. Philosophy, it turns out, is a poor shield against the silence of an empty room. History has not been kind to Faustina. If you open the ancient sources, particularly the Historia Augusta or the writings of Cassius Dio, you will find a portrait of a woman who was a monster of lust and treachery. The gossip of the Roman aristocracy painted her as a nymphomaniac who seduced gladiators, sailors, and actors. There is a particularly lurid and biologically impossible legend that Commodus was actually the son of a gladiator, explaining his love for the arena, and that Marcus, upon finding out, was advised by his soothsayers to kill the gladiator and have Faustina bathe in his warm blood to wash away the lust. It is a grim fairy tale, likely invented by senators who hated her influence. They called her a poisoner, a conspirator, a traitor who encouraged Avidius Cassius to rebel. But if we look away from the tabloids of antiquity and look at the man who actually lived with her, we see a completely different story. Marcus Aurelius, the most truthful man in Rome, never wrote a single bad word about her. In the very first book of his Meditations, where he lists the things he is grateful for, he thanks the gods for a wife who is so obedient, so affectionate, and so simple. Was he blind? Was he a cuckold so stoic he didn't care? Or is it possible that the good emperors of history were simply hated by a misogynistic elite who couldn't stand a woman with power? The truth likely lies in the quiet intimacy of the tent in Halala. They had been married since they were teenagers. They had traveled the empire together, earning her the title Mater Castrorum, Mother of the Camps. She had not stayed in the marble comfort of Rome. She had followed him to the freezing Danube and the burning East. They had buried nearly a dozen children together. That kind of shared sorrow creates a bond that no amount of Senate gossip can break. As she slips away, Marcus is not the emperor. He is just a husband losing his partner. He sees the face that he has looked at across 1,000 dinner tables. He remembers the girl who walked through the palace gardens before the weight of the world crushed them both. When the final breath leaves her body, the silence in the tent is heavier than the stone of the pyramids. The wind outside seems to stop, as if the mountain itself is holding its breath. Marcus does not scream. He does not tear his clothes. He sits there, utterly still, a statue of grief carved from living flesh. The Stoic rule is to not be overwhelmed by emotion, to strip the event of its judgment. She has died is a fact. It is a tragedy is a judgment. But one suspects that in this moment, Marcus allows himself the judgment. He weeps, and in that weeping, he is more human than he has ever been. The aftermath of her death reveals the depth of his devotion and perhaps a touch of desperate overcompensation. He refuses to let her memory fade. He demands that the Senate deify her. She becomes Diva Faustina, a goddess. He orders a temple to be built in the tiny village where she died, and he renames the village Faustinopolis, turning a muddy hamlet into a city of marble in her honor. It is a grand, slightly manic gesture, like a man trying to fill a hole in his heart by filling a valley with columns. He establishes a charity for destitute girls in Rome, calling them the Puelle Faustinianae, the girls of Faustina. He wants her name to be associated with life, with care, with the future. The Senate, eager to please the grieving emperor, votes to have silver statues of the couple placed in the Temple of Venus and Rome, and an altar where every bride and groom in the city must offer incense. They nod and bow, lightly whispering behind their hands about the irony of honoring such a woman as a model of marriage. But Marcus does not care about their whispers. He cares about his promise. He defended her in life, famously saying, when urged to divorce her over the rumors, "If I send away my wife, I must also return her dowry," referring to the empire itself, and he defends her in death. But all the marble statues in the world cannot warm the bed in the imperial tent. The caravan must move on. The business of empire does not stop for a funeral. Marcus has to rise, wash his face, and face the legions. He looks at Commodus, now 16, standing by the pyre. The boy is beautiful, golden-haired, and sullen. He is the only thing left of Faustina. Marcus looks at him and sees her eyes, her mouth. He clings to the boy with a fierce, blinding love, perhaps ignoring the rot that is already spreading in the young man's soul, because to acknowledge it would be to lose her all over again. The tragedy of Marcus Aurelius is entering its final act. He has lost the anchor of his private life. He is now alone in the inner citadel, and the walls are feeling very cold. He writes a note to himself, perhaps that very night. Alexander, Caesar, and Pompey, what are they compared with Diogenes, Heraclitus, and Socrates? He is trying to remind himself that power is nothing, that wisdom is everything. But as he rides away from Halala, leaving his wife's ashes behind, one gets the sense that he would trade all the wisdom of Socrates for just one more hour of her simple, affectionate company. The landscape shifts. The jagged peaks of the Taurus mountains soften and dissolve. The smell of pine and snow fades into the smell of damp straw and limestone. We leave the grieving emperor and drift back across the centuries to the man who is about to leave the world, not with a heavy heart, but with a light one. We return to the prison in Athens, but the mood here is not one of mourning. It is strangely, almost shockingly cheerful. While Marcus builds a city to remember his wife, Socrates is sitting in his cell, rubbing his legs where the chains were and composing, of all things, poetry. The man who spent his life dismantling poets is now trying to become one, just in case he misunderstood a dream. It is a final, playful experiment before the end. The sun is shining through the high window of the cell, illuminating the dust, and the silence is about to be broken by the arrival of a friend with a very bad idea. Time, usually a river that flows at a constant speed, has formed a strange eddy in Athens, a pool of stillness where death waits on the wind. We are in the prison of the 11, a small, unassuming structure of limestone near the bustling marketplace. But the air inside feels separated from the world by a veil of heavy silence. It has been 30 days since the trial, an eternity in the fast-paced politics of the city. Usually, execution follows judgment before the sun sets. But Socrates has been saved, temporarily, by a myth. Every year, the Athenians send a sacred ship to the island of Delos to honor Apollo, commemorating the legendary voyage of Theseus, who sailed there to kill the Minotaur and save the youth of Athens. While this holy vessel is at sea, the city must remain ritually pure. No public executions are allowed, and so the wind has become the arbiter of Socrates' fate. If the wind blows, the ship returns, and the philosopher dies. If the wind dies, the ship drifts, and the philosopher lives. For a month, the Aegean has been calm, the sails of the Paralus hanging limp against the mast, granting the old man a long, strange twilight of borrowed time. Inside the cell, the light is dim, filtering through a high barred window that catches the dust motes dancing in the morning air. It is just before dawn, that grey, ghostly hour when the world feels suspended between dreams and reality. Sitting on a wooden stool, watching the sleeping form of the prisoner, is Crito. Crito is Socrates' oldest friend, a man of wealth and land, and right now, he is a man vibrating with anxiety. He has been sitting there for hours, terrified to wake his friend, amazed that a man with a death sentence hanging over his head can sleep as peacefully as a child. When Socrates finally stirs, opening his eyes to the gloom, he does not startle. He smiles. "Why have you arrived at this hour, Crito?" he asks, his voice raspy with sleep. "Or is it not still early?" Crito explains that he has bribed the jailer, a detail that reveals the lax, almost casual nature of Athenian incarceration for the upper class. The jailer, likely a public slave who has grown fond of the old man's jokes, looked the other way for a few drachmas. Crito has a plan. It is a good plan, a practical plan. He has friends in Thessaly, wild, lawless Thessaly, who will hide Socrates. There is money. There is a boat. There is a way out. Crito pleads with him, his voice cracking with emotion. People will think I was too cheap to save you, he argues, revealing the quintessential Athenian fear of public shame. Think of your children. Think of us. It is a frantic, desperate love that seeks to solve a metaphysical problem with a logistical solution. But Socrates listens with the patience of a stone. He rubs his leg, perhaps still sore from the fetters that are usually removed during the day, and shakes his head. My dear Crito, he says gently, your zeal is invaluable, if a right one. But if wrong, the greater the zeal, the greater the danger. Then begins one of the most extraordinary dialogues in history, enacted in the quiet of a prison cell while the rest of the city sleeps. Socrates summons ghosts to the room. He imagines the laws of Athens taking on human form and standing before them. These personified laws speak to him, their voices stern and parental. Did we not bring you into existence, they ask. Did we not marry your father and mother? Did we not educate you? They argue that a citizen enters into a contract with the state. By living in Athens, by raising his children there, by walking its streets and enjoying its protection for 70 years, Socrates agreed to obey its laws. He cannot simply tear up the contract now because the verdict went against him. Do you think you have the right to retaliate against your country and its laws? The laws ask. If we try to destroy you because we think it just, will you in return do all that you can to destroy us? It is a terrifyingly high standard of civic duty. Socrates argues that to escape would be to attack the rule of law itself. If everyone ignored the verdicts they didn't like, the city would dissolve into chaos. He chooses to be the victim of men, not the destroyer of laws. He tells Crito that he hears the voice of these laws humming in his ears, like the sound of the flute in the ears of the mystic, drowning out all other arguments. Crito sits back, defeated. He realizes with a sinking heart that his friend is already gone. Socrates is not staying because he is guarded by walls. He is staying because he is guarded by his principles. But the days in prison are not all spent in heavy legal debate. There is a lighter, almost surreal element to this waiting room of death. Socrates, the man of pure logic, has decided to become a poet. He tells a confused disciple that he has had a recurring dream throughout his life, a vision telling him, Socrates, make music and work at it. He always assumed music meant philosophy, the highest form of art. But now, with the end approaching, he worries he might have taken the instruction too metaphorically. Just to be safe, a delightful touch of Pascal's Vauger from a man who claims to know nothing, he decides to clear his conscience by writing actual verses. He takes the fables of Aesop, simple stories of foxes and crows he knows by heart, and turns them into metered poetry. He also composes a hymn to Apollo, the god whose ship is delaying his death. One can imagine the scene. The great dialectician, the terror of the sophists, counting syllables on his fingers, frowning over a rhyme scheme, humming a tune to himself, while his friends look on with a mix of amusement and heartbreak. It is a profound testament to the plasticity of the human mind, to its ability to find creative play even in the shadow of the executioner. He is tidying up his soul, finishing his homework before the bell rings. The atmosphere in the cell is sensory and specific. It is not a place of weeping and gnashing of teeth. It smells of the simple meals his friends bring: bread, olives, watered wine. It sounds of conversation, for the prison becomes a salon. Friends come and go, arguing, listening, laughing. Fido, who will later narrate the death scene, is there, entranced by the man's calm. Socrates spends more time comforting them than they spend comforting him. He strokes Fido's long hair, playing with the curls, and says, "Tomorrow, perhaps, you will cut off this beautiful hair in mourning." Fido nods, tears welling up. "Do not," Socrates says, "only cut it if we allow the argument for the immortality of the soul to die. That is the only real death." He is teaching them that grief is natural, but despair is an intellectual error. He is holding their hands through the process of his own deletion. Outside, the wind is changing. The sailors at the port of Piraeus look at the sky and see the clouds shifting. The southerly breeze that held the sacred ship at bay is turning. Reports come from Sunium that the Paralis has been spotted, its white sail like a shroud against the horizon. The news travels up the long walls, passed from merchant to slave to guard. The delay is over. The swan of Apollo, as Socrates was sometimes called in dreams, is about to sing his final song. Crito hears the rumor, and his face goes pale. He looks at his friend, who is perhaps polishing a line of verse about a tortoise and a hare, completely absorbed in the task. The irony is sharp. The ship that saved Athens from the Minotaur is now returning to demand a sacrifice. But Socrates does not see himself as a victim. He is the captain of his own soul, and he is ready to sail into waters that no ship can navigate. The cell door rattles. The sun climbs higher, illuminating the dust that will soon settle on an empty bench. We leave the quiet dignity of the Athenian prison and the gentle scratching of the poet's stylus to cross the sea and the centuries once more. We return to a father who has no time for poetry, for he is watching a tragedy unfold that no rhyme can fix. We go to Marcus Aurelius, who is looking at his son Commodus and realizing that the boy is not a fable of wisdom, but a history of ruin waiting to be written. The silence of the Athenian prison is a silence of fullness, a quiet container for a soul that has completed its work. But the silence between Marcus Aurelius and his son is a silence of emptiness, a hollow space where understanding should be. We leave the gentle scratching of Socrates' stylus and the warm camaraderie of his friends to travel forward to the year 177 AD. The setting is the imperial palace in Rome, or perhaps the military headquarters at Sirmium. It matters little, for the geography of disappointment is the same everywhere. Marcus Aurelius has done what no good emperor before him dared to do. He has named his biological son as his heir. He has elevated Commodus to the rank of Augustus, making him co-emperor. They sit together on the tribunal, two men draped in the same heavy purple. But they are looking at two different worlds. Marcus looks at the empire and sees a burden to be carried with infinite care. Commodus looks at the empire and sees a playground to be consumed. The boy is 19 years old now, and he is everything the Romans love and everything his father fears. He is physically magnificent, tall, blonde, muscular, with eyes that burn with a restless, shallow energy. He moves with the swagger of an athlete, not the measured gait of a statesman. He smells of expensive oils and the musk of the arena, a scent that turns Marcus's stomach. The tragedy is not that Commodus is evil, not yet, but that he is bored. He sits through the meetings with the Senate, picking at his fingernails, his eyes glazing over as the grey-bearded men discuss grain shipments and border fortifications. He is a lion trapped in a library, and he is waiting for the keeper to die so he can break the furniture. Marcus watches him. This act of watching is the most painful meditation of his life. He looks for a spark of the inner citadel in the boy's eyes, but he finds only a mirror of the mob's desires. Commodus does not want to read Epictetus. He wants to be Hercules. He has begun to dress the part, wearing the skin of a Nemean lion, carrying a club, flexing his muscles for the sycophants who surround him. To a stoic who believes that the body is just a vessel of clay and gore, destined to rot, this vanity is repulsive, but to a father, it is heartbreaking. Marcus realizes that he has failed the most important lesson of all. You cannot teach virtue to a soul that does not want it. He writes in his notebook, perhaps with a shaking hand, "Instruction is nothing against nature." He realizes that the soul of his son is a garden where the soil is too shallow for the roots of wisdom to take hold. He has hired the best tutors in the world for Commodus, Galen for his health, the finest rhetoricians for his speech. But the boy has learned nothing except how to pretend. He acts the part of the dutiful son when the emperor is watching. But the moment Marcus turns his head, the mask slips, and the cruel hedonistic grin returns. Historians have spent centuries asking the same agonizing question. Why? Why did the wisest man in Rome leave the world to a fool? Was it blind love? Was it the fatal flaw of a father who saw his wife in the boy's face? Or was it a cold, calculated political choice? Marcus knew Roman history. He knew that if he named a non-relative as heir, Commodus would still exist. A living son of a dead emperor is a rallying point for civil war. If Marcus disinherited him, he would be signing the boy's death warrant or condemning the empire to a bloodbath of succession crises. He chose the certainty of a bad ruler over the chaos of civil war, hoping, perhaps, that the advisors he left behind could control the boy. It was a utilitarian calculation, a sacrifice of the future for the sake of immediate stability. But deep down, in the quiet hours of the night, Marcus must have known it was a gamble he had already lost. He sees the courtiers flocking to the young son, turning their backs on the setting one. He hears the laughter from the gladiatorial barracks where Commodus spends his time, sparring with professional killers, learning the art of death instead of the art of life. The emperor realizes that his legacy will not be the meditations. It will be him. The peace he fought for, the borders he secured, the laws he improved, all of it will be undone by the whim of a boy who thinks being emperor means never having to say no. The sensory atmosphere of this relationship is thick with tension. It is the sound of a heavy sigh in a quiet room. It is the awkward silence at the dinner table when the father tries to speak of justice and the son makes a joke about a chariot race. It is the feeling of a door closing between them, locking slowly, click by click. Marcus tries to impart wisdom in small doses. A man's worth is no greater than the worth of his ambitions, he says. Commodus nods, his mouth full of wine, his mind already on the hunt he has planned for tomorrow. The words bounce off him like arrows off a stone wall. Marcus sees the cruelty emerging, the way Commodus laughs when an animal is hurt, the way he humiliates a servant. It is a slow-motion car crash that Marcus is forced to watch from the passenger seat. He wonders if this is his punishment from the gods. He wonders if he spent so much time caring for the world that he forgot to care for his own house. The inner citadel feels very empty when you are the only one inside it. One specific moment captures this tragic disconnect. Imagine a military review on the northern frontier. The legions are assembled, thousands of men in iron and leather standing in the freezing mud. Marcus, old and frail, addresses them. He speaks of duty, of the sanctity of Rome, of the sacrifices they must make for the greater good. His voice is weak, but his words are iron. The soldiers respect him, but they do not love him. He is too distant, too severe. Then Commodus steps forward. He raises a sword. He shouts a slogan about glory and plunder. He looks like a golden god of war. The soldiers erupt. They cheer. They bang their shields. They love him. Marcus watches the adulation wash over his son, and he sees the danger. He sees that the mob prefers the beautiful lie to the difficult truth. He realizes that the era of the philosopher is ending and the era of the soldier is beginning. He feels a profound loneliness, a separation not just from his son, but from his species. He is a man who has climbed to the top of the mountain only to find that no one followed him. As the cheers die down and the cold wind whips the banners, Marcus retreats to his tent. He coughs, a deep, rattling sound that signals the end is near. He looks at his hands, spotted with age. He knows he is leaving the world to a storm. He takes out his book one last time in this context. Receive without pride, let go without attachment, he writes. He is trying to let go of the empire. He is trying to let go of his son. He is trying to practice the ultimate Stoic discipline, accepting that you cannot control the future. You can only control your own mind, right up until the moment the light goes out. But the father in him weeps for the son who will destroy himself. He knows that Commodus will not die in bed. He knows that power without wisdom is a suicide pact. The tragedy is written in the stars, or perhaps just in the boy's DNA. Marcus closes his eyes, seeking the silence that always eludes him in the waking world. And as he drifts into a troubled sleep, the scene shifts. The heavy purple drapes of the Roman palace dissolve into the rough stone walls of the Athenian prison. The noise of the cheering legions fades into the sound of a single voice speaking calmly to a weeping circle of friends. The disappointment of the father is replaced by the serenity of the teacher. The sun has set in Rome, but in Athens, the sun is setting for the last time. The ship from Delos has arrived, the wind has stopped, and the cup is being prepared. The sun is touching the hilltops, casting the final long shadows of the day across the floor of the prison cell. In Athens, the law dictates that a man must die before the sun sets completely, and the light is fading fast. The atmosphere in the room is thick, not with the terror of death, but with the suffocating grief of the living. Socrates has bathed, a final act of practical consideration to save the women the trouble of washing his corpse later. He sits fresh and clean on the edge of the bed, rubbing his leg, looking at the door. When it opens, it is not a monster who enters, but the public slave charged with administering the poison. The man is weeping. He hides his face in his cloak, ashamed of his duty. Socrates, he chokes out, I know you are the noblest and gentlest and best of all who ever came to this place. Please, do not be angry with me, for you know who is guilty of this, not I. It is a moment of startling humanity. The executioner apologizes to the victim. Socrates looks at him with genuine kindness, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Farewell, he says gently. I will do as you ask. He turns to Crito with a look of almost cheerful expectancy. Bring the cup. Crito hesitates. He gestures to the window. The sun is still on the mountain, Socrates, he pleads. It is not yet set. Others wait until late at night, eating and drinking even after the order comes. Do not hurry. There is still time. It is the last desperate bargain of a friend trying to steal a few more minutes of life. But Socrates shakes his head. Those men, too right in doing that, for they think they gain something by it. But I shall do right in not doing it, for I should only make myself ridiculous in my own eyes if I clung to life when there is no more of it left. He is consistent to the bitter end. To delay would be to show fear, and fear is a form of ignorance. He nods to the servant. The man grinds the hemlock, Conium maculatum, mixing it with wine in a clay kylix. The science of the death is brutal and specific. The active alkaloid, conin, attacks the nervous system, causing a gradual paralysis that starts at the extremities and works its way inward to the heart and lungs. It is a cold death, a slow turning to stone. When the cup is brought, Socrates takes it not with a trembling hand, but with the steady grip of a man accepting a gift. He looks at the jailer. What say you to pouring a libation to a god from this cup? Is it allowed? The jailer shakes his head sadly. We only prepare just enough to do the work. Socrates nods, accepting the logic of economy even in death. I understand. But at least I may pray to the gods that my journey from this world to the other may be prosperous. He holds the cup aloft, his hand steady, the dark liquid swirling. The room holds its breath. There is no dramatic speech, no curse upon Athens. He raises the cup to his lips and drinks it down, calmly, easily, as if it were a vintage from Chios. The reaction in the room is instant and devastating. Until this moment, his friends have held it together, bolstered by his strength. But seeing the cup empty breaks the dam. Apollodorus, a man known for his emotional intensity, lets out a howl of anguish that echoes off the stone walls. Crito turns away, burying his face in his hands, unable to watch. Tears stream down Phoedo's face. The sound of weeping fills the small space, a cacophony of grief that drowns out the silence of the philosopher. Socrates lowers the cup. He looks around, genuinely annoyed. What is this strange outcry, he demands. I sent away the women mainly in order that they might not offend in this way, for I have heard that a man should die in peace. Be quiet and have patience. It is the teacher scolding his students one last time. He is demanding dignity. He is refusing to let his death be a tragedy. He forces them to dry their eyes, to sit up, to be men. The jailer has instructed him to walk around until his legs feel heavy. Socrates paces the small cell, his sandals slapping against the stone. He talks as he walks, perhaps making a final observation about the nature of the body, how it betrays us in the end. Then the heaviness comes. The conine is taking hold. He stops. He nods to his friends. It is time. He lies down on his back on the narrow wooden bed. The jailer approaches, touching his feet. He presses hard on one foot. Do you feel this? He asks. Socrates shakes his head. No. The numbness is creeping up. The executioner presses his shin, then his thigh, demonstrating to the witnesses that the cold is ascending. It is a clinical, tactile progression. The body is shutting down, room by room, the lights going out in the house of the soul. Socrates pulls the sheet over his face, a gesture of privacy, or perhaps a way to spare his friends the sight of the end. The silence in the room is now absolute, heavy and terrified. Then he uncovers his face one last time. His eyes are already glazing over, fixed on a point beyond the ceiling. He speaks his final words, a riddle that has haunted philosophy for 2,000 years. Crito, he whispers, his voice thick and slow. We owe a cock to Asclepius. Pay it, and do not neglect it. Asclepius is the god of healing. It was customary to sacrifice a rooster to him upon recovering from an illness. Socrates is saying that death is not a sickness. Life is the sickness. Death is the cure. He is thanking the god for healing him of the burden of mortality, for releasing his soul from the prison of the body. It is a joke, a prayer, and a profound metaphysical statement, all wrapped in a mundane reminder about a debt. It shall be done, Crito sobs, leaning in close. Is there anything else? But there is no answer. The eyes remain fixed. The mouth falls slightly open. The chest rises one last time, a shallow, shuddering breath, and then settles. The jailer reaches out and closes his eyes and his mouth. The gadfly of Athens is still. The sting is gone. But in the silence that follows, something strange happens. The presence of the man seems to expand rather than contract. The body on the bed is just a shell, a discarded husk. The idea of Socrates, the questions, the courage, the relentless pursuit of truth, seems to fill the room, pushing against the walls, flowing out the window, drifting over the marketplace, over the Acropolis, and out into the world. He has completed the argument. He has proven that a good man cannot be harmed. As Crito weeps over the hand of his friend, the sun finally sets. The cell plunges into twilight. The story of the man is over. The story of the legend begins. But far away, across the ocean of time, another man is preparing for an end that will be far less peaceful. We leave the quiet, noble death of the philosopher, surrounded by love, and travel to the lonely, cold death of the emperor, surrounded by soldiers. We return to the Danube, where Marcus Aurelius is feeling the same coldness creep into his limbs. But unlike Socrates, he has no friends to hold his hand. He has only a notebook, a stack of scrolls filled with his own handwriting, sitting on a table near his bed. These notebooks, written in the dark to keep the madness at bay, are about to become the most important survival story in the history of thought. The man dies, but the inner citadel remains standing, waiting for us to find the key. The fire in the bronze brazier is dying, reduced to a bed of pulsing orange coals that hiss softly in the damp air of the tent. Marcus Aurelius stands before it, a small stack of papyrus scrolls in his hand. We are back on the frontier, in that liminal space between the living and the dead, where the emperor spends his nights. He is cleaning house. He knows that when an emperor dies, the vultures descend not just for the throne, but for the secrets. He has already burned the correspondence of the traitor Avidius Cassius, watching the names of his enemies turn to ash without reading them. Now, he holds something far more dangerous, his own soul. These are the bundles of loose sheets, tied with frayed leather cords, stained with the mud of the Danube and the ink of late-night desperation. He weighs them in his hand. They are light, yet they contain the immense weight of his struggle to remain human. He calls them ta eis heauton, to himself. They were never meant for the eyes of the Senate, the people, or history. They are the medical records of a sick spirit, the repetitive exercises of a man trying to fix his own mind. To leave them behind is to invite the world to see the emperor naked, stripped of his purple, shivering in his doubts. He extends his hand over the brazier. The heat rises, curling the edges of the brittle papyrus. It would be so easy. A flick of the wrist, a flare of flame, and the inner citadel would vanish forever, returning to the silence from which it came. He imagines the relief of erasure. No one needs to know that the master of the world had trouble getting out of bed in the morning. No one needs to know that he found the court tedious and the people ungrateful. It is a moment of supreme vulnerability. The history of philosophy hangs by a thread, suspended over a pot of charcoal in a military tent in Pannonia. There are no copies. There is no backup in a library in Rome. If he drops them, the meditations are gone. The wisdom that will one day comfort Nelson Mandela in prison, that will guide mental health therapies, that will sit on the nightstands of presidents and poets, it all vanishes in a puff of smoke. But he does not drop them. Perhaps it is a sudden distraction, a cough from the guard outside, a distant trumpet blast. Or perhaps it is the stoic habit of economy that stays his hand. Why destroy what might still be useful? He might need these reminders tomorrow, if he lives. He pulls his hand back. He tosses the scrolls into a battered leather satchel filled with maps and tax reports. He chooses survival, not out of vanity, but out of a simple, pragmatic postponement. He does not know he has just saved a masterpiece. He thinks he has just packed his luggage. The survival of this book is one of the greatest miracles in the history of literature. It is a ghost story of a text that refused to die. Consider the odds. For centuries after Marcus's death, the book essentially disappears. It is not quoted by the early church fathers. It is not taught in the schools. It lies dormant, a sleeper cell of wisdom hiding in the dust of collapsing empires. Rome falls, the aqueducts break, the libraries burn, the rats eat the scrolls of the poets, and the Christians scrape the parchment of the pagans to write hymns. Yet somehow, through the Dark Ages, a single copy survives. Perhaps it was tucked into the library of a wealthy Byzantine scholar who admired the emperor's Greek. Perhaps a monk, sensing the holiness in the pagan's words, copied it in secret, hiding it between the pages of a gospel. We catch a fleeting glimpse of it in the 10th century, mentioned by a bishop named Aurelius, who calls it the ethical writings of the emperor. Then it vanishes again for another 500 years. Lost in the chaotic shuffle of history, it resurfaces in 1558, when a frantic printer in Zurich named Andreas Gessner receives a messy, worm-eaten manuscript from a scholar. He prints it just days before the original manuscript is lost forever, likely destroyed or misplaced in the print shop. We possess the Meditations today only because of that one printed edition. The original handwriting of the emperor, the ink he dipped in the Danube winter, is gone. We are reading the echo of an echo. It is a terrifying realization of how fragile our connection to the past truly is. The thoughts of the most powerful man on earth survived by the skin of their teeth, passed like a lit candle through a hurricane. Back in the tent, Marcus buckles the satchel. He does not feel like a man who has secured his legacy. He feels tired. He blows out the lamp. The darkness is absolute. He lies down on his cot, listening to the wind whip the canvas. He thinks of Socrates. He wonders if the old Athenian ever wrote anything down. He suspects not. Socrates was too wise to trust ink. He trusted souls. Marcus envies him. Socrates lived his philosophy out loud, in the sun, in the constant friction of conversation. Marcus has had to live his in the dark, in silence, in the lonely monologue of the writer. He realizes that writing is a form of absence. You write because there is no one there to listen. He misses the conversation he never got to have. He misses the friend he never met. The sensory atmosphere of the tent shifts as the night deepens. The smell of the dying coals mixes with the smell of wet wool. The silence is not peaceful. It is heavy with the things unsaid. Marcus closes his eyes, and his mind drifts. He imagines a different world, a world where he is not an emperor, but a student. He imagines walking in a grove of trees, listening to a voice that asks questions instead of giving orders. He drifts towards sleep, clutching the blanket, while the leather satchel sits in the corner, invisible in the dark, glowing with a radioactive half-life that will outlast the Roman Empire itself. But while Marcus's words are sleeping in a bag, waiting to be reborn, the trauma of another death is birthing a different kind of book. We leave the silent tent of the Roman winter and travel back to the sun-drenched despair of Athens. It is the days immediately following Socrates' execution. The city is trying to move on, to forget the uncomfortable business with the hemlock. But there is one young man who cannot move on. He is 28 years old, with broad shoulders. His wrestling nickname, Plato, means broad, and a heart that has been shattered into sharp, dangerous pieces. He is sitting in a house in Megara, having fled Athens in fear and disgust. He is staring at a blank sheet of papyrus. He is weeping, and from his grief, he is about to invent a new way of writing, a way to bring the dead back to life. He dips his pen, not to write a history, but to write a play where the hero never dies. He writes the first word, Socrates, and the ghost begins to speak. The sea at Megara sounds different than the sea at Athens. It beats against the rocks with a rougher, wilder rhythm, a rhythmic thudding that sounds like a fist pounding against a wall. It is the sound of exile. In a small rented room overlooking the harbor, a man with broad shoulders and a brow furrowed like a plowed field sits hunched over a table. His name is Aristocles, though the world knows him by his wrestling nickname Plato. He is 28 years old, and he is a refugee from a city that has lost its mind. He fled Athens in the night, along with other followers of the executed teacher, terrified that the mob's thirst for blood had not yet been slaked. He is safe now, sheltered by his friend Euclid, but inside, he is burning. He is burning with a grief that feels like anger, and an anger that feels like madness. He stares at the blank papyrus, the reed pen trembling in his hand. He is not a writer by nature. He was a wrestler, a poet, a politician in the making. But the death of Socrates has shattered the trajectory of his life. It has broken his faith in the world of men. How could the city of wisdom kill the wisest man? How could the good be murdered by the law? It is a paradox that tears at his sanity. If the world where Socrates is dead is the real world, then he wants no part of it. And so, in the quiet desperation of that seaside room, Plato decides to build a new world. He dips his pen into the black ink, and he begins to perform the greatest act of literary resurrection in human history. He decides that Socrates will not die. He will talk, he will walk, he will question. As long as there is ink and papyrus, the gadfly will continue to buzz. Plato begins to write the dialogues. These are not transcripts. They are plays for the theater of the mind. He sets the scene, the gymnasium, the riverbank, the dinner party. He summons the ghosts. He brings back the laughter of the friends, the smell of the olive oil, the specific, annoying, wonderful cadence of the old man's voice. He writes, Socrates said, and suddenly the silence of the room is broken. The teacher is there, leaning against the wall, asking a question about virtue. It is an act of magic, a desperate refusal to let go. Historians and philologists often struggle to separate the historical Socrates from the Platonic Socrates. In the early writings, like the Apology or the Crito, the voice seems close to the memory of the real man, rough, agnostic, focused on ethics. But as the years of exile stretch on, as Plato travels to Italy and Egypt, absorbing the mysticism of Pythagoras and the mathematics of the priests, the character of Socrates begins to change. He becomes taller, stranger, more metaphysical. He stops saying, I don't know, and starts teaching about the soul, the state, and the eternal structure of the universe. Plato is pouring his own developing genius into the vessel of his dead friend. He is making Socrates the mouthpiece for a philosophy that Socrates himself might have found baffling. But it is done out of love. It is the ultimate tribute. My teacher was so great. He is the father of all my thoughts, even the ones he never had. From this trauma, the theory of forms is born. It is the most famous idea in Western philosophy, but it is rarely understood as a coping mechanism for grief. Think of it this way. Plato looks at the physical world, the world of Athens, of juries, of hemlock, of flesh and blood. He sees that this world is mutable, corruptible, and unfair. In this world, a just man can be killed legally. Therefore, Plato concludes, this world cannot be the real world. It must be a copy, a shadow, a flawed imitation of something else. There must be another realm, an invisible, eternal place where the form of justice exists, perfect, unchangeable, and safe from any jury. In that world, Socrates is safe. In that world, the good never dies. This is not just metaphysics. It is the psychological architecture of survival. He invents heaven to save his friend from the injustice of earth. He creates a binary universe, the mess down here, and the perfection up there. It is a seductive, beautiful, and slightly dangerous idea that will infect Western thought for the next 2,000 years, telling us that the body is a prison and the truth is elsewhere. The culmination of this grief work is the allegory of the cave. Imagine the scene in the Republic, written years later, but conceived in these nights of mourning. Prisoners are chained in a dark cave, facing a blank wall. Behind them is a fire. Puppeteers walk in front of the fire, holding up cardboard cutouts of horses, trees, and kings. The prisoners see the shadows on the wall and think they are real. They name them, they study them, they give prizes to the one who can predict the next shadow. This is Athens, Plato thinks. This is the jury. They are prisoners of their own ignorance, mistaking the shadow of justice for the real thing. Then, one prisoner is set free. He is dragged up the rough, steep path into the sunlight. The light blinds him. It hurts. He wants to go back to the dark, but slowly his eyes adjust. He sees the real tree, the real bird, the sun itself. He realizes his whole life was a puppet show. This man is Socrates. He is the one who escaped. And what happens when he goes back down into the cave to free the others? Do they thank him? Do they crown him? No. They laugh at him because his eyes are no longer used to the dark. They say he has ruined his eyesight, and if he tries to unchain them, they kill him. It is a chilling autobiography of the year 399 BC. Plato is telling the world, you killed him because you were in love with your shadows. You killed him because he turned on the lights. The sensory atmosphere of Plato's writing room is one of intense, focused quiet. The scroll unrolls across the table like a carpet of time. The smell of the sea is replaced by the smell of the library, dry, dusty, eternal. He is building the academy in his mind, the school he will eventually found in an olive grove named after the hero Hecademus. It will be the first university in Europe, a place where geometry and philosophy are fused to train the soul to see the forms. Above the door, he will famously inscribe, "Let no one ignorant of geometry enter here." He wants students who understand structure, who understand that the world is built on invisible laws, not on the chaotic whims of the mob. He is designing a fortress of the intellect, a place where a Socrates can never be killed again, because the weapon of choice is logic, not hemlock. As the years pass, the sharp edge of grief dulls, but the resolve hardens. The broad-shouldered wrestler becomes the broad-minded philosopher. He turns the death of one man into a curriculum for humanity. He writes the Phaedo, the death scene we witnessed earlier, turning the grim reality of the poison into a beautiful sunset of the soul. He makes Socrates comfort us. He makes the victim the victor. The ink dries on the page, black and permanent. The ghost of Socrates is now trapped in the amber of language, preserved forever. He will never age. He will never be wrong. He will never die. Plato puts down his pen. He rubs his tired eyes. He listens to the waves crashing on the shore of Megara. He has done it. He has defeated death. But as he looks out at the moonlit water, he knows that books are cold comfort for the loss of a warm hand. He has the idea of Socrates, but he misses the man. The scene fades from the lonely writer's room. The sound of the scratching pen is drowned out by a new sound, a roar that shakes the ground. We leave the world of shadows and forms and return to the world of blood and sand. We travel forward 600 years, leaving the birth of the academy to witness the birth of a nightmare. We return to Rome, where the son of Marcus Aurelius has decided that he does not want to be a philosopher king. He wants to be a gladiator. The intellectual wrestling of the academy is replaced by the literal wrestling of the Colosseum. The inner citadel has been breached, and the lions are loose in the streets. Commodus is stepping onto the sand, and the tragedy of the father is about to become the entertainment of the son. The silence of Plato's library is shattered not by a question, but by the roar of 50,000 beasts. We are in the Flavian Amphitheater, the Colosseum, in the year 192 AD. The air is thick enough to chew. It tastes of copper, sweat, rotten fruit, and the musky, feral scent of large cats kept in cages too small for them. The sun beats down on the Valerium, the great canvas awning stretched over the stadium, filtering the light into a hazy, dreamlike gold that illuminates the nightmare unfolding below. The sand on the arena floor is raked into neat patterns designed to soak up the mess that is about to be made. And stepping out from the gate of life, the Porta Sanavivaria is not a slave, not a prisoner of war, but the emperor of Rome. Commodus has shed the purple toga of state for the loincloth of a secutor. He carries a shield and a sword. His skin is oiled, glistening like a statue brought to terrible life. He raises his arms, and the crowd erupts. It is a sound that shakes the foundations of the city, a mix of adoration, terror, and the hysterical energy of a people watching their world go mad. To the mob, he is a god, a golden Hercules come to earth. To the senators sitting in the front rows, clad in their white togas like rows of marble teeth, he is a horror beyond words. They watch him, and they feel the cold hand of history tightening around their throats. This is the anti-philosophy. If Socrates' life was an argument for the supremacy of the mind, Commodus's life is a worship of the body. He has rejected the inner citadel for the outer spectacle. He fights not with logic, but with a trident. He slaughters animals by the 100, lions, bears, leopards, shooting them from the safety of a raised platform with specially designed crescent-headed arrows that decapitate ostriches on the run. The birds continue to run for a few steps, headless, blood spraying the sand, while the emperor laughs. It is a grotesque parody of skill. There is no danger to him. The fights are rigged. The opponents are often wounded beforehand or armed with wooden weapons. He is the protagonist of a play where everyone else is forced to die to make him look good. The senators in the podium, including the historian Cassius Dio, who recorded this very scene, are terrified. They are not cheering. They are surviving. Commodus, breathless and flushed with the exertion of slaughter, walks over to the Senate box. In one hand, he holds his bloody sword. In the other, he holds the severed head of an ostrich. He raises the bird's head toward them and gestures with the sword, grinning a maniacal silent grin. He does not speak, but the message is clear. This could be you. The senators are so terrified, and the situation is so absurd, that a wave of nervous laughter threatens to break out. Dio tells us that he and his colleagues have to chew on the laurel leaves from their wreaths to keep from laughing out loud, a laughter that would be a death sentence. It is a moment of pure, surreal horror. The wisdom of Marcus Aurelius, the restraint, the dignity, it has all led to this, a man waving a bird head at the government of Rome. The contrast with Socrates is blinding. Socrates walked the streets to strip away the illusions of the powerful. Commodus enters the arena to enforce his own illusions with violence. Socrates claimed to know nothing. Commodus claims to be everything: Hercules, gladiator, god. Socrates died to uphold the law. Commodus kills to prove he is above it. The arena becomes a dark mirror of the Socratic method. Instead of the elenchus, the method of questioning to find truth, we have the munera, the games of death, to distract from the lie. The people cheer because they are fed and entertained, but their souls are starving. They are the prisoners in Plato's cave, watching the shadows of violence on the wall and cheering for the puppeteer who holds the strings. But beneath the roar of the crowd, there is a profound loneliness to Commodus. He is trapped in a prison of his own making, far more confining than the cell in Athens. He has surrounded himself with sycophants who tell him he is divine, so he has lost the ability to know who he really is. He is the loneliest man in the world because he has killed anyone who could tell him the truth. He sleeps in fear, changing bedrooms nightly, terrified of assassins. The inner citadel of his father has become a physical paranoia. He trusts no one. His lover, Marcia, his chamberlain, Eclectus. They are all looking at him with eyes that measure his neck. The violence of the arena is an attempt to silence the fear inside him. If he can kill a lion, surely he is safe. If he can crush a gladiator's skull, surely he is strong. But the fear always returns when the applause stops. As the day's slaughter ends, Commodus stands in the center of the carnage, his chest heaving. The sand is red. The smell is overpowering. He raises his sword one last time. The sun is setting over the Colosseum, turning the stone arches into the ribs of a giant decaying beast. The golden age of Rome is officially dead, bled out on the sand of the amphitheater. The philosopher king is a distant memory, replaced by the gladiator tyrant. The experiment of the good emperors has failed. The biology of the father has defeated the philosophy of the father. Marcus's blood ran true, but his wisdom did not. The scene holds on the emperor's face, sweaty, triumphant, and utterly empty. The noise of the crowd begins to warp and slow, turning into a low, mournful drone. The golden light of the Roman afternoon fades into a grey winter mist. The smell of blood is replaced by the smell of wood smoke and snow. We are leaving the spectacle of the son's madness to return to the quiet dignity of the father's end. We travel back in time, away from the heat of the arena, to the frozen banks of the Danube in the year 180 AD. The carnival is over. The tragedy is waiting. Marcus Aurelius is lying on a cot in the military camp of Vindobona, modern Vienna. He does not have a sword. He does not have a crowd. He has a fever that is burning him from the inside out. And he has one final lesson to teach us: how to leave the party when the lights are still on. The roar of the Colosseum fades into the white, muffled silence of a snow-covered world. We leave the sweating, bloody spectacle of the sun and return to the quiet, dignified exit of the father. It is March the 17th, 180 AD. The location is the legionary fortress of Vindobona, the place the modern world calls Vienna. The air here is not thick with the copper scent of the arena. It is crisp, biting, and smells of wet wool, burning charcoal, and the metallic tang of melting snow. The winter is ending. The ice on the Danube is cracking with pistol-shot reports that echo through the valley. But for the man lying on the simple camp bed, the spring will not arrive. Marcus Aurelius is dying. He is 58 years old, but his body, worn down by 19 years of constant warfare and the lingering effects of the plague, looks 80. He is a shell of the man who rode in the Triumph. His skin is translucent, stretched tight over cheekbones that seem to protrude like the cliffs of a jagged coast. He has not eaten in days, a voluntary fast to hasten the end, or perhaps simply the body's refusal to participate in a world it is leaving. The inner citadel is no longer under siege. The gates are opening. The war is over. The struggle to be good, to be just, to be patient in a world of fools. It is all finished. He lies there, his breathing shallow, listening to the wind rattle the tent flaps, a sound that has been the soundtrack of his reign. He is not afraid. He has practiced for this moment every day for 40 years. He has written in his notebooks to pass through this brief life as nature demands, to give it up without complaint, like an olive that ripens and falls, praising its mother, thanking the tree it grew on. He is that olive now. He is ready to fall. The room is crowded, but hushed. The generals of the northern legions, men with scars and iron faces, stand in the shadows, their helmets tucked under their arms. They are weeping. These are men who have waded through blood at his command, who have seen him share their rations and their hardships. They love him not just as an emperor, but as a father. Marcus opens his eyes. He sees their tears. He summons the last of his strength to speak, and his voice, though a whisper, carries the old familiar authority of the Stoic teacher. "Why do you weep for me?" he asks gently. "And not think rather of the pestilence and the death which is the common lot of us all." It is a callback to Socrates in the prison cell, chiding his friends for their grief. Marcus is reminding them that death is not a catastrophe. It is a natural process, as natural as the rose blooming in spring or the grape fermenting in autumn. To cry over it is to rebel against nature, and a Roman does not rebel. He asks them to look at the world, not at him. He is just a man returning his borrowed elements to the universe. But there is one presence in the room that tests his philosophy more than death itself. Commodus is there. The boy, now a man of 18, stands by the bed. He looks healthy, vibrant, terrified, and impatient. History records a dark rumor here, whispered by the historian Cassius Dio, that Commodus's agents, or perhaps the doctors, wishing to curry favor with the new regime, hastened the emperor's death. But we do not need poison to explain the end of a sick, exhausted man. The tragedy is not murder, it is abandonment. Marcus looks at his son. He knows. He has always known. He sees the weakness, the vanity, the cruelty that is waiting to be unleashed. He knows that by dying, he is removing the leash from a monster. He recommends the boy to the protection of his generals, begging them to guide him. "Take care of the rising sun," he whispers to them, a heart-breaking admission that his own sun is setting. But then, he does something that reveals the depth of his resignation. He dismisses Commodus. He tells the boy to go, to leave the sick room, ostensibly so he does not catch the disease. "Go to the rising sun," he says. "I am setting." He sends his son away because he knows he can no longer teach him. The lesson is over. The failure is absolute. He must let go of the empire, and he must let go of the son who will ruin it. It is the final act of detachment. As Commodus leaves the tent, taking the future of Rome with him, the atmosphere in the room shifts. The tension breaks. Marcus is alone with his thoughts and a few trusted servants. He pulls the heavy military cloak up to his chin. He feels the cold creeping into his extremities, just as Socrates felt the hemlock. But there is no numbness of the mind. His consciousness is clear, crystalline, sharp as the winter stars. He thinks of the things he loved, not the triumphs or the statues, but the small things. The way the light hit the dust in the library, the smell of his wife's hair, the sound of the wind in the oaks. He realizes that life was not about the great events, but about the moments of perception. He is grateful. He has seen the world. He has done his duty. He has carried the load until the road ran out. He closes his eyes. He is tired of the noise. He is tired of the puppet strings, of desire and fear. He wants the silence. The camp outside begins to settle for the night. The sentries pace the perimeter, their breath pluming in the cold air. The guard comes to the tent entrance to ask for the watchword for the night, the password that changes every day to ensure security. The tribune leans in to hear the emperor's command. Marcus opens his eyes one last time. He looks past the soldier, past the tent wall, into the dark machinery of the universe. Go to the rising sun, he whispers again, or perhaps simply equanimity, calmness, balance. The soldier nods and withdraws. The emperor covers his head with the sheet, a gesture of finality he likely learned from the stories of Socrates. He is shutting out the world to focus on the transition. He enters the inner citadel one last time. But this time, he does not pull up the drawbridge. He opens the gates. He invites the invader in. The breathing changes. It becomes rhythmic, slower, like the tide going out. The struggle ceases. The lines of pain on his face smooth out, erased by the gentle hand of oblivion. The man who ruled the world from Scotland to Syria, who commanded 500,000 soldiers, who owned the lives of 60 million people, is now just a body on a cot. The heat leaves him. The most truthful man in Rome has become the truth itself, dust returning to dust. Outside, a dog barks. A horse whinnies. The Danube grinds its ice against the shore. The world does not stop. The stars do not fall. Nature does not mourn. It simply continues. And in that continuation, Marcus finds his peace. He is no longer an emperor. He is no longer a philosopher. He is matter. He is memory. He is free. The scene holds on the stillness of the tent. The candle flickers and dies, drowning the room in shadow. The last of the good emperors is gone. The golden age is over. But as the darkness swallows the scene, a strange light begins to glow in the distance. It is not the light of a sun, but the light of paint and canvas. We travel forward, leaping over the centuries, over the fall of Rome, the Dark Ages, the rise of cathedrals, to a room in the Vatican in the year 1509. A young man with the face of an angel is standing before a plaster wall, holding a brush. He is painting a school. He is painting a dream. He is bringing the dead back to life. And in the center of his fresco, walking side by side, are the ghosts of the men we have followed. We leave the deathbed of the emperor to enter the immortality of art. We go to Raphael, who is about to make Socrates and Plato and Aristotle walk together in the eternal sunshine of the Renaissance. The body rots, but the idea is just getting started. The darkness of the imperial tent does not last. The candle that flickered out in Vindobona is relit centuries later and hundreds of miles away. But this time, it burns with the steady, smokeless brilliance of the High Renaissance. We step out of the mud of the Danube and into the cool, echoey vastness of the Vatican Palace in the year 1509. The air here smells of wet lime, crushed lapis lazuli, egg yolk, and the dusty, metallic scent of ambition. We are in the Stanza della Signatura, the private library of Pope Julius II. Standing on a wooden scaffold, his neck craning painfully toward the ceiling, is a young man of 26 with the face of a cherub and the hands of a master surgeon. His name is Raffaello Sanzio. Raphael. He is painting a dream. He is covering the walls with a vision of the world, not as it is, bloodstained and broken, but as it should be. A timeless, sunlit piazza where the greatest minds of history can finally finish their sentences. He is painting the School of Athens. To watch Raphael work is to watch a kind of resurrection. He holds a brush tipped with pigment, and with a few deft strokes into the wet plaster, the intonaco, he pulls the dead from their graves. He does not paint them as corpses or ghosts. He paints them as men in the prime of their intellectual power. The fresco is a riot of color. Saffron robes, mantles of sky blue, tunics of deep crimson. It is a visual rejection of the Middle Ages, a declaration that the ancient world was not a time of darkness, but a time of blinding light. And there, in the middle left of the composition, standing in a drab olive-green robe that looks suspiciously like a vagrant's blanket, is a figure we know well. It is Socrates. Raphael has captured him perfectly, likely working from ancient busts and the descriptions in Plato. The snub nose is there, the bulging eyes, the balding head. But it is the gesture that brings a shock of recognition. Socrates is not posing. He is working. He is turned away from the center, counting on his fingers, ticking off points of logic to a group of flustered-looking young men. One of them, dressed in armor, is likely Alcibiades or Alexander, looking fascinated and slightly annoyed. Socrates is doing exactly what he did in the Agora 2,000 years before. He is cornering someone with a relentless sequence of if this, then that. In Raphael's vision, the hemlock never happened. The trial never happened. There is only the argument. Socrates is locked in an eternal present, forever asking, forever dismantling, forever the gadfly stinging the mind of the viewer. He looks vibrant, annoying, and alive. He is the engine of the painting, the grit in the oyster that makes the pearl of wisdom. But as our eyes wander across this masterpiece, moving from the finger-counting Socrates to the central duo of Plato, pointing up to the forms, and Aristotle, palm down to the earth, we notice a haunting absence. Where is Marcus Aurelius, the man who embodied the union of power and wisdom, the philosopher king that Plato dreamed of? Surely he belongs in this room. He is not there, or at least not explicitly. Zeno of Citium, the founder of Stoicism, is there, an old man with a beard, lurking near the edge. But the emperor is missing. Why? Perhaps because in 1509, Marcus Aurelius is still largely a stranger to the world. His meditations are still sleeping in lost manuscripts, not yet printed, not yet famous. The world knows him as a good emperor, yes, but the intimate, suffering soul of the man is still a secret. He is waiting in the wings of history, while Socrates takes center stage. There is a profound irony in this visual silence. Socrates, who wrote nothing, is immortalized in paint. His ideas transmitted by the sheer force of his personality and the writing of others. Marcus, who wrote the most personal book in history, is invisible, his wisdom hidden in the leather satchel of time. Socrates survives because he was a public spectacle. Marcus survives, or will survive, because he was a private secret. The painting inadvertently captures the difference in their natures. Socrates belongs to the agora, to the crowd, to the visible world of debate. Marcus belongs to the tent, to the night, to the invisible world of the conscience. You cannot paint the inner citadel. You cannot paint a man telling himself not to be angry. It is an internal action, invisible to the eye of the artist. Yet, in a deeper sense, the painting is the world Marcus dreamed of. It is the city of Zeus he wrote about. It is a cosmopolitan gathering where national borders and timelines dissolve. Here, a Greek mathematician, Euclid, teaches geometry to young students. A Persian prophet, Zoroaster, holds a celestial sphere. An Arab philosopher, Averroes, peers over the shoulder of Pythagoras. It is the visual representation of the Stoic concept of cosmopolis, the idea that all wise men are citizens of the same universal city. Raphael has painted the community that Marcus felt estranged from. In his life, Marcus was alone, surrounded by sycophants and soldiers. In this painting, he would have found his true family. He would have walked over to Zeno, nodded to Socrates, and perhaps finally found that conversation he craved in the freezing nights of Pannonia. The atmosphere in the stanza is quiet, save for the scratch of the brush and the breathing of the artist. The plaster is drying. The colors are locking into the wall, a chemical bond that will endure for centuries. Outside the window, the Vatican is a hub of political maneuvering, of wars and money, a mirror of the Athens and Rome that killed our heroes. But inside the frame, there is peace. There is no hemlock cup in Socrates' hand. There is no sword in the hand of the soldier listening to him. The art has sanitized the history. It has stripped away the tragedy and left only the glory. It is a beautiful lie, or perhaps a higher truth. It suggests that the ideas are more real than the deaths of the men who held them. Raphael steps back. He wipes a smudge of green paint from his cheek. He looks at the pug-nosed figure of Socrates. He has given the old stonecutter a new home, a palace far grander than the humble house he shared with Xanthippe. He has placed him in the heart of Christendom, a pagan saint in the Pope's library. It is the ultimate vindication. The city of Athens killed the body, but the art of the Renaissance has resurrected the soul. The gadfly has become a god. But as the paint dries and the school of Athens sets into stone, we realize that a painting, no matter how beautiful, is silent. It cannot speak. It cannot comfort. For the voice that speaks to us in the dark, we do not look to the walls of the Vatican. We look to the pages of a book. We must leave the colorful, idealized world of Raphael and travel back to the messy, difficult transition between the Greek and Roman worlds. We must find the bridge that connects the barefoot questioner to the purple-robed emperor. We must find the man who was neither a king nor a free citizen, but a slave whose leg was broken by his master and who turned that pain into the power that would save Marcus Aurelius. We leave the stanza della Segnatura and travel to the dust of Nicopolis to find the missing link in the chain of wisdom. We leave the silent, frozen beauty of Raphael's fresco in the Vatican, where wisdom is painted in elegant robes and perfect perspective, and we descend into the dust and noise of a real classroom in a provincial Roman town. The year is roughly 108 AD. The place is Nicopolis, in western Greece, a transit hub, a place people pass through on their way to somewhere else. But in a small, nondescript lecture hall near the harbor, a crowd has gathered to stay. They are not looking at a painting. They are looking at a broken man who is teaching them how to be whole. His name is Epictetus. He is the bridge across the abyss of time. He is the missing link that connects the barefoot sarcasm of Socrates to the purple-robed melancholy of Marcus Aurelius. Without this man, the emperor would have crumbled. Without this man, the inner citadel would never have been built. To understand him, you must first look at his body. He is old, walking with a heavy limp, leaning on a staff of simple wood. He is not a citizen by birth. He was born a slave. His name, Epictetos, is not even a proper name. It literally means acquired or bought. He was a piece of property, a thing to be used, and his leg, the source of that painful, rhythmic tapping as he paces the room, is a testament to the cruelty of his former life. The story goes that his master, a cruel and wealthy freedman named Epaphroditus, who, ironically, served as Nero's secretary, once tortured him by twisting his leg. Epictetus, calm and detached, warned him, "You will break it." The master continued twisting. The bone snapped with a sickening crack. Epictetus did not scream. He did not beg. He simply looked at the man and said, without anger, "I told you that you would break it." This terrifying, almost superhuman composure is the inheritance of Socrates. Epictetus is the spiritual grandson of the Athenian gadfly. Though they were separated by 5 centuries, Epictetus spoke of Socrates as if he were in the room. He called him the general. He told his students, "Socrates commanded us not to live an unexamined life." But Epictetus took the sprawling, ironic, playful philosophy of Socrates and distilled it into something harder, sharper, and more urgent. He stripped away the poetry and left the engineering. He taught that there are 2 kinds of things in the world. Things that are up to us, our opinions, our impulses, our desires, our aversions, and things that are not up to us, our bodies, our property, our reputation, our office. This is the famous dichotomy of control. Socrates lived it by instinct. Epictetus turned it into a drill. He taught that freedom is not a legal status. After all, he had seen emperors who were slaves to their own paranoia, but a mental one. "Who is your master?" he would thunder at his students, pointing his staff at a young nobleman. "He who controls what you desire. If you desire nothing but a virtuous will, no man can own you. You are free." The atmosphere in his schoolroom is electric with this rough, demanding love. Young men from Rome, sons of senators, travel across the sea just to be insulted by this ex-slave. He mocks their fancy togas. He mocks their obsession with hairstyling. "You want to be a philosopher?" he asks. "Show me by your eating, not your reading. Show me how you handle an insult, not how you handle a syllogism." He is the drill sergeant of the soul. Among the students scribbling furiously in the back room is a man named Arian. He is not just a student. He is a future historian, a man who will one day govern provinces. But right now, he is mesmerized. He realizes that the words falling from the old man's lips are too precious to lose. He begins to write them down, word for word, capturing the vernacular Greek, the jokes, the anger, the brilliance. These notes will become the discourses and the enchiridion, the handbook. They are the carrier pigeons that will fly from the dusty classroom of Nicopolis to the imperial tent on the Danube. This is how the connection is made. We know that Marcus Aurelius never met Epictetus. The timeline does not allow it. Epictetus died around 135 AD, when Marcus was just a boy of 14, still learning rhetoric in the palace. But ideas travel where men cannot. We recall section 5, where the Stoic teacher Junius Rusticus handed young Marcus a copy of Epictetus's notes. It was a moment of transfusion. The blood of the slave flowed into the veins of the emperor. When we read Marcus's meditations today, we are often reading Epictetus remixing Socrates. Marcus quotes him repeatedly. "A soul is a little cylinder containing a breath," Marcus writes, echoing the slave's dismissal of the body. He adopts Epictetus's metaphor of the actor. Remember that you are an actor in a drama, of such a kind as the author pleases to make it, if short, of a short one, if long, of a long one. It is your business to act the role given you well, but to choose it belongs to another. For an emperor who felt trapped in a role he didn't choose, this was salvation. It meant he didn't have to love the empire. He just had to play the part of emperor with dignity. The sensory contrast between the two ends of this bridge is profound. On one side, we have Socrates in the sun-drenched agora, chatting with handsome youths, a free citizen of a democracy executed by his peers. On the other side, we have Marcus in the dark forests of the north, a lonely autocrat ruling a military machine dying of a plague. And connecting them is Epictetus, the crippled schoolmaster in a transit town, pounding the floor with his cane. He took the Socratic method, the questioning, and turned it into the Stoic discipline, the enduring. He taught that Socrates was the ultimate victor, not because he won the argument, but because he couldn't be harmed by the verdict. Anytus and Miletus can kill me, Epictetus would quote Socrates saying, but they cannot hurt me. This became the mantra of the school. It was the armor plating that Marcus welded onto his soul. There is a beautiful, quiet justice in this lineage. The most powerful man in the world sat at the feet of a slave to learn how to be a king. It upends every hierarchy of Rome. It suggests that wisdom is the great leveler. In the eyes of Stoicism, the emperor and the slave are exactly the same. They are both rational fragments of God, trapped in dying animal bodies, trying to make sense of a chaotic world. The Stoic bridge is built of this shared humanity. It is paved with the understanding that suffering is universal, but misery is optional. Epictetus taught that we are like travelers at an inn. We can enjoy the room, the view, the food, but we must remember that none of it is ours. When the landlord calls, we must pack up and leave without complaint. Socrates left the inn with a joke. Epictetus left it with a lecture. Marcus left it with a sigh. But they all walked out the same door, carrying nothing but their character. As the sun sets over Nicopolis, the students pack up their wax tablets. The old man watches them go, his leg aching in the damp evening air. He knows he will be forgotten by the masses. He will not have a triumph like a Caesar. He will not have a school as famous as Plato's Academy. But he has planted a seed in the mind of a boy he will never meet, a seed that will grow into the last great statement of pagan virtue. He blows out the lamp in the lecture hall. The bridge is complete. The traffic of ideas is moving. And now we can see the full arch of the story. We can see how the question asked in Athens was answered in Rome. We leave the dusty schoolroom and travel forward to the present day to look at the ruins of these lives. We go to the modern world, where the buildings have fallen, the statues are broken, but the voice of the gadfly still buzzes in our ears. We go to the legacy of truth without power, to see why we are still putting Socrates on trial every day. The physical world of Socrates has largely crumbled. If you travel to Athens today, to the western slope of the Hill of the Muses, you will find a set of rooms cut into the bedrock, barred by rusted iron gates. A small faded sign claims this is the prison of Socrates. Tourists wander past it, snapping photos with their phones, perhaps pausing for a moment to wipe the sweat from their brows in the relentless Greek heat. It is a humble, unimpressive hole in the ground. The agora where he walked is a field of scattered stones. The glorious painted stowers reduced to ankle-high foundations, where lizards sun themselves on the ruins of democracy. The body of the man, the snub nose, the pot belly, the calloused feet, has been dust for 24 centuries, scattered by the winds of Attica. By all the laws of physics and history, he should be gone. He left no money. He built no monuments. He commanded no armies. He wrote no books. He died as a criminal, executed by a legitimate vote of a free city. And yet, the strange, stubborn magic of truth without power is that the executed man has outlived the executioners. The stonecutter who owned nothing now owns the intellectual foundation of the Western world. We see his ghost most clearly not in the ruins, but in the places where power tries to assert itself, the courtroom and the classroom. Walk into any law school in New York, London, or Paris, and you will hear the echo of the agora. A terrified first-year student stands up, expecting a lecture, and instead faces a professor who refuses to give answers. "What is a contract?" the professor asks. The student gives a definition. The professor asks a question that breaks the definition. The student tries again. The professor breaks it again. This is the Socratic method. It is still the primary tool we use to sharpen the mind, a ritualized dismantling of assumption that can feel brutal, humiliating, and utterly necessary. There is a touch of soft humor in realizing that the most prestigious education money can buy is essentially a reenactment of a vagrant bothering people in a marketplace. We pay thousands of dollars to be treated the way Socrates treated Euthyphro for free. But the lesson remains the same. Certainty is a comfortable disease, and the only cure is a painful question. But his legacy goes deeper than pedagogy. It touches the raw nerve of justice itself. The trial of Socrates has become the original sin of democracy, a haunting reminder that the majority can be wrong, deadly wrong. It stands alongside the trial of Jesus as the archetype of the just man persecuted by the mob. It is the story we tell ourselves to warn against the tyranny of numbers. Historians and legal scholars still obsess over the verdict. In recent decades, Supreme Courts and bar associations in the US, the UK, and Greece have staged mock retrials of Socrates using modern judges and ancient laws. The results are fascinating and often depressing. In many of these retrials, Socrates is still convicted, or the vote is split right down the middle. It reveals an uncomfortable truth. The gadfly is still annoying, even today. A man who questions the gods of the state, whether those gods are religious, political, or economic, and tells the jury they are ignorant, is rarely popular. We like the idea of Socrates, the marble bust, the noble martyr, but the reality of a man who stops you in the street to tell you your life is a sham is just as intolerable now as it was in 399 BC. We celebrate the dissenters of the past while silencing the dissenters of the present. Yet, it is precisely this vulnerability that makes his power endure. Socrates represents the ultimate terrifying variable to any authoritarian system, the individual conscience that cannot be bought or bullied. He proved that you can strip a man of his rights, his citizenship, and his life, but you cannot force him to agree with you. This concept of moral autonomy, that the final judge of right and wrong sits inside your own chest, not on a throne, is the seed from which civil disobedience grows. When Henry David Thoreau went to jail for refusing to pay a poll tax, he was sitting on Socrates' bench. When Martin Luther King Jr. wrote from a Birmingham jail that an unjust law is no law at all, he was channeling the arguments of the Credo and the Apology. The inner citadel of the Stoics begins here, with the refusal to let the external world dictate the internal truth. Socrates showed that truth does not need power to validate it. Truth is self-validating. It stands on its own 2 feet, barefoot and unwashed, and stares the emperor in the eye. There is a scholarly debate that adds a layer of complexity to this legacy. Was Socrates a champion of free speech, as liberals like to claim? Or was he an elitist anti-democrat who hated the masses. The philosopher Karl Popper, in his famous book, The Open Society and Its Enemies, accused Socrates, via Plato, of laying the groundwork for totalitarianism by trusting in philosopher kings rather than the people. Others, like I.F. Stone, argued that Socrates really was a danger to the fragile Athenian democracy, a man who radicalized the youth against the vote. These debates are fierce because Socrates is a Rorschach test. He is a mirror. The authoritarian sees a rebel. The rebel sees a martyr. The teacher sees a master. The cynic sees a fool. He is elusive. He never wrote down his dogma, so we cannot pin him like a butterfly in a display case. He is always moving, always questioning, always just out of reach. This fluidity is what keeps him alive. A dogma can be debunked. A question can only be answered or ignored. And we are still trying to answer him. The sensory shift from the ancient world to the modern is jarring. From oil lamps to LEDs, from papyrus to tablets. But the human software has not changed. We still have sophists, now called spin doctors and influencers, who sell the appearance of wisdom. We still have demagogues who use fear to control the assembly. We still have juries who vote based on emotion rather than logic. The stage has been renovated, but the play is the same. And in the middle of it all, the ghost of Socrates still wanders. He is the patron saint of the awkward question. He is the quiet voice at the dinner party that asks, "But why do we believe that?" He is the scientist who rejoices when his theory is disproven, because it means he is closer to the truth. He is the terrifying realization that we might be sleepwalking through our own lives. The unexamined life is not worth living. This single sentence is his most enduring monument, heavier than the pyramids and more durable than the Roman Colosseum. It is a challenge that hangs over every human life. It asks, are you the author of your own existence? Or are you just reading lines from a script written by your parents, your culture, your fear? To examine one's life is hard work. It requires the courage to look into the dark corners of the soul, to admit ignorance, to change one's mind. It is much easier to just drink the wine and watch the gladiators. But Socrates whispers that the easy life is a form of death. He invites us to the difficult, dangerous, exhilarating life of the mind. As we look back at the cell in Athens, we realize that the power without truth of the Athenian jury has evaporated. No one remembers the names of the jurors who voted against him. Meletus and Anytus are footnotes in the biography of their victim. Their power was temporary, their shame is eternal. But the truth without power of the victim has conquered the world. The paradox is complete. The man who claimed to have no power has become the most powerful man in the history of thought. He lost the body, but he won the argument. And as long as there is a human being somewhere on earth who stops in the middle of a busy street, scratches their head, and asks, wait, is this actually true? Then Socrates is not dead. He is just getting started. But while the Socratic questions are eternal, the Roman answers were mortal. We must turn our eyes from the enduring ghost to the fading statue. We must look at what happened to the man who tried to live this truth while holding the weight of the world. We return to the legacy of Marcus Aurelius, where the story is not one of triumphant survival, but of a beautiful, melancholy crumbling. If the legacy of Socrates is a fire that refuses to go out, the legacy of Marcus Aurelius is a stone that has slowly, beautifully weathered into the shape of our own hearts. We leave the noisy, argumentative classrooms of the modern world and return to the silence of the eternal city, Rome. But we are not in the Rome of the Caesars, with its gleaming marble and shouting centurions. We are in the Rome of today, where the Colosseum is a broken tooth, the Forum is a garden of fallen columns, and the Empire is a memory sold on postcards. Yet in the center of the Piazza del Campidoglio, designed by Michelangelo, stands a figure that defies the erasure of time. It is the great bronze equestrian statue of Marcus Aurelius. He sits on his horse, not with a sword in his hand, but with his right arm outstretched, palm open, in a gesture of peace and clemency. He looks weary. The bronze has oxidized over 2,000 years, turning the golden emperor into a man of sea-green verdigris, as if he has been drowned in the ocean of time and washed back up on the shore. There is a magnificent accidental irony in his survival. Throughout the Middle Ages, the Christians melted down almost every ancient bronze statue to make church bells and cannonballs. They destroyed the idols of the pagan past. But they spared Marcus. Why? Because they made a mistake. They thought the bearded man on the horse was Constantine, the first Christian emperor. It was a case of mistaken identity that saved the philosopher. He survived not because of his wisdom, but because of a clerical error. He would have likely found this hilarious, a final stoic joke about the unpredictability of fate. He wanted to be forgotten, writing, "Posthumous fame is oblivion," yet he was saved by a lie to be remembered forever. But while the bronze survived, the power did not. The tragedy of Marcus's life is that everything he fought to build turned to dust. The borders he defended on the Danube with his dying breath collapsed within a few generations. The tribes he held back, the Marcomanni, the Quadi, eventually poured over the river and dismantled the empire. The Antonine Plague that he battled with such stoic resolve was just the first wave of a sickness that would slowly bleed the vitality out of the West. His son, Commodus, whom he protected and promoted, became the very thing Marcus hated, a tyrant who was eventually strangled in his bath by a wrestling partner, ending the Antonine dynasty in a sordid whimpering of violence. If we judge Marcus by the standard of power, he failed. He did not save Rome. He did not cure the plague. He didn't fix his son. He held the dam against the flood for 19 years, but the moment he let go, the water rushed in. His power without peace was a temporary lease on a crumbling house. However, as the physical empire faded, the inner citadel began to glow. The meditations, that little stack of scrolls he almost burned in the tent, began its slow, miraculous conquest of the human mind. It is a book that works in reverse to every other book on leadership. Most memoirs by powerful men are about their victories. Marcus's book is about his struggles. Most leaders write to tell you how great they are. Marcus wrote to tell himself not to be terrible. This is why, centuries later, he resonates so deeply with us. He is the patron saint of the overwhelmed. When we read him today, we do not see an emperor. We see a mirror. We see a man dealing with people who are meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly. We nod and think, I work with those people. We see a man struggling to get out of bed, struggling to focus, struggling to find meaning in a chaotic world. He bridges the gap between the ancient and the modern because the stress of being human has not changed. He is the first modern man because he is the first man to document his own anxiety with such clinical precision. His legacy is not in the laws he passed, but in the comfort he provides. During the COVID-19 pandemic, sales of the meditations skyrocketed. People trapped in their homes, surrounded by an invisible plague, turned to the man who sat in a tent, surrounded by an ancient plague. They found a friend in the dark. They found someone who told them, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This is the foundation of cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT. Modern psychology owes a massive debt to the Stoic emperor. When Albert Ellis and Aaron Beck developed the therapies that treat millions for depression and anxiety today, they cited the Stoics as their inspiration. The logic of Marcus Aurelius is now a clinical tool used to save lives, not from barbarians, but from despair. Socrates questions us. Marcus comforts us. Socrates tears down the false walls. Marcus helps us build a shelter in the ruins. There is a profound sadness in reading him, though. We feel the weight of his loneliness. We want to reach back through time and tell him, "You did enough. You were good enough." We want to tell the man who felt like a failure that he became the guide for millions. But perhaps the sadness is the point. Marcus teaches us that power is not the ability to control the world. It is the ability to control our response to it. His life was hard. He lost his wife, his children, his health, and his peace. He never found the quiet life he dreamed of in the library. He died in a military camp, working until the last second. But in doing so, he proved his own philosophy, that a good life is not a life without pain, but a life where the pain does not corrupt the character. The marble column in Rome that bears his name depicts scenes of war, decapitations, burning villages, enslaved women. It is a monument to the violence he hated but performed as a duty. But his book depicts a war of a different kind. The war against selfishness, against anger, against fear. And in that war, he was the victor. As the sun sets over the modern piazza, the tourists disperse. The shadows lengthen across the cobblestones. The bronze horseman remains, his hand outstretched to an invisible crowd. The gold leaf that once covered him is mostly gone, just a few flakes remaining on the horse's head and the emperor's cloak, glittering faintly in the twilight. He is stripped of his glory, just as he wished. He is just a man on a horse, caught in a moment of perpetual giving. "Pass through this brief patch of time in tune with nature," he whispered to himself, "and come to your rest with a good grace." He has done that. The empire is dust. The legions are ghosts. The power has faded into the history books. But the peace he sought in the tent, the peace of the written word, has survived. It has become a fortress for anyone who feels the cold wind of the world blowing against their door. Now the stage is cleared. The history is written. The two men have lived, fought, and died. Their bodies are gone. Their cities are ruins. But in the quiet theater of the imagination, the curtain rises one last time. We are going to a place that does not exist on any map, a place outside of time, where the stonecutter and the emperor can finally meet. We are going to the library of the soul, where the silence is deep and the conversation is just beginning. The power without truth and the truth without power are about to sit down at the same table. The geography of the afterlife is not mapped by cartographers. But if it were, one suspects it would look less like a cloud and more like a library. We leave the bronze statue rusting in the Roman rain, and the ruins of the Athenian prison crumbling in the Greek sun to enter a place that exists nowhere and everywhere. Imagine a hall of infinite height, where the shelves stretch up into the gloom, filled not with books, but with the lived experiences of every soul who ever thought a dangerous thought. The light here is the color of old parchment, amber, soft, and forgiving. It is quiet, the kind of silence that feels heavy and rich, like a blanket woven from centuries of contemplation. There is no time here. The water clock has been smashed. The sun does not rise or set. There is only the eternal now. And sitting at a long, scarred wooden table in the center of this cathedral of silence are two men. They have been waiting for each other for a very long time. On one side sits Marcus Aurelius. He is no longer wearing the purple toga or the breastplate of the general. He is dressed in a simple tunic, the kind a farmer might wear, but his face is unmistakable. The deep-set, sorrowful eyes, the beard trimmed close, the lines of exhaustion that death did not quite erase. He is reading, of course. Even in eternity, the emperor cannot stop working. He is hunched over a scroll, perhaps reviewing the history of his own reign, shaking his head at the errors. On the other side, leaning back in his chair with his bare feet propped up on the table, a scandalous breach of etiquette that would give a Roman senator a stroke, is Socrates. He looks exactly as he did in the agora, ugly, vibrant, and amused. He is peeling a pomegranate, picking out the seeds with fingers that once handled stone. He watches the emperor with the gaze of a predator who has found a particularly interesting meal. He does not speak at first. He just waits. He knows that silence is the best way to start a conversation because it forces the other person to fill it. Finally, Marcus looks up. He sighs, a sound like dry leaves skittering over stone. "You are staring," he says softly, his Greek fluent and formal, learned from the best tutors in Rome. "I'm observing," Socrates corrects him, popping a seed into his mouth. "There is a difference. I am wondering why a man who has been dead for 2,000 years still carries the weight of the world on his shoulders. The shift is over, Marcus. You can put the empire down." Marcus offers a faint, tired smile. "Old habits," he murmurs. "And you, Socrates, you are exactly as Epictetus described you, the general of the mind, though he didn't mention the feet on the table." "Epictetus was a good man," Socrates replies, "but he took me too seriously. Everyone takes me too seriously. That was always the problem. They thought I was a tragedy. I was trying to be a comedy." He leans forward, dropping the fruit. The playfulness vanishes, replaced by the sharp laser focus of the dialectic. "Tell me, Emperor, you possessed what every man in my city claimed to want. You had absolute power. You had the ability to turn your will into law. You could kill with a word and save with a nod. Did it make you free?" It is the question that haunts the entire history of political philosophy. Marcus looks at his hands, the hands that signed death warrants and peace treaties. "No," he answers honestly. "It made me a slave. I was a slave to the legions, to the Senate, to the grain supply, to the borders. Freedom is the ability to act according to one's own nature. My nature was to be a philosopher. My duty was to be a king. I spent my life in a cage made of gold." "And yet," Socrates counters, "you built a citadel inside the cage. I have read your little book. You found a way to be free while in chains. I found a way to be free by refusing the chains. We are the inverse of each other, you and I. I was the free man whom the state killed. You were the state that killed the man inside. I did what was necessary, Marcus says, his voice tightening slightly with the old defensiveness. The hive must survive. The bee is nothing without the hive. Ah, the hive, Socrates chuckles. That noble, buzzing monster. But tell me, Marcus, did the hive appreciate the bee? You sacrificed your peace, your health, your philosophy for Rome. And what did Rome do? It gave the throne to your son. The mention of Commodus hangs in the air like a drop of ink in water. It is the one wound that hasn't healed. Marcus looks away toward the endless shelves. I loved him, he whispers. He was my blood. Was I wrong to love him? Was I wrong to hope that the weight of the crown would sober him? You were not wrong to love him, Socrates says gently. You were a father. Even a philosopher is allowed to be a fool for his children. I asked the city to punish my sons if they became arrogant. You gave your son the world to be arrogant in. Perhaps we both failed. But failure is not the opposite of virtue. It is the laboratory of it. There is a pause. The atmosphere shifts from an interrogation to a confessional. The two ghosts sit in the quiet companionship of shared understanding. They are the bookends of the classical world, the beginning and the end of the great experiment in reason. Socrates started the fire. Marcus tried to keep it burning in the winter storm. I envied you, Marcus admits suddenly. In the tent, at night. I envied you the cup. You had a clean ending. You chose your death. You drank it like wine among friends. I had to die by inches, surrounded by people who wanted my job or my money. You died a martyr. I died a mechanism. Do not envy the hemlock, Socrates says, waving a hand. It was cold and unpleasant. And do not romanticize my death. The city killed me because I was annoying. I was a nuisance. You were a necessity. That is a harder burden. It is easy to die for the truth when you have nothing to lose. It is much harder to live for the truth when you have everything to lose. So, Marcus asks, looking at the gadfly with genuine curiosity, what is the answer? We both sought the same thing. Eudaimonia, flourishing, peace. Did we find it? Or is philosophy just a way to talk ourselves into accepting the unacceptable? Socrates smiles, a wide, gap-toothed grin that lights up the dim library. The answer, my dear Emperor, is that there is no destination. There is only the walk. You walked in purple sandals. I walked barefoot. The road was rough for both of us. But we walked. We didn't stop. That is the victory. The victory isn't that you saved Rome. Rome was always going to fall. The victory isn't that I fixed Athens. Athens was always going to kill me. The victory is that, when the darkness came, we didn't close our eyes. He reaches into his tunic and pulls out 2 cups, not of hemlock, but of wine, dark and rich as the Aegean Sea. He slides one across the table to the emperor. To the rising sun, Marcus asks, raising the cup, a callback to his final words. No, Socrates corrects him. The sun sets, the sun rises. It is a cycle we cannot control. Let us drink to something real. He raises his cup. To the daemon within, to the voice that tells us when to stop. To the logos, Marcus replies, using his own word for the divine order. To the nature that directs all things. They touch cups. The sound is a clear, bell-like chime that resonates through the infinite library. It is the sound of harmony. The friction between truth and power is finally resolved in the quiet of the afterlife. The barefoot street preacher and the master of the world drink together. They have both paid the price. They have both finished the course. So, Marcus says, wiping his mouth, what now? Do we rest? Socrates laughs, pushing his chair back. Rest. With all these books, with all these souls to question. I saw a man a few aisles over, Nietzsche, I think, who claims God is dead. I have a few questions for him. Are you coming? Marcus Aurelius looks at his scroll, then at the energetic old man. He stands up. He leaves the history of his reign on the table. He adjusts his tunic. For the first time in 2,000 years, his shoulders look light. Yes, the emperor says, I think I will. After all, the unexamined afterlife is not worth living. They walk away together into the stacks, the tall man and the short one, their voices fading into the comforting murmur of eternity. The light in the library holds steady, amber and warm, illuminating the empty chairs where the two greatest friends who never met finally found their peace. We have traveled a long road tonight, walking from the sun-drenched olive groves of Athens to the frozen forests of the Danube, from the noisy courtroom of the democracy to the silent tent of the emperor. We have seen that wisdom does not promise safety, for Socrates died drinking the hemlock. We have seen that power does not promise peace, for Marcus Aurelius died fighting a war he hated. These two men, the stonecutter and the Caesar, stand as the two great pillars of the ancient world, holding up a sky that is often dark and stormy. Yet as we come to the end of our journey, their stories do not leave us with despair. They leave us with something far more durable, a quiet, unshakable courage. They remind us that while we cannot control the history of the world, the wars, the plagues, the verdicts of juries, we can control the history of our own souls. The inner citadel is not built of stone, it is built of choices. It is the choice to speak the truth when it is easier to be silent. It is the choice to be kind when the world is cruel. It is the choice to get out of bed when the morning is cold and the duty is heavy. Socrates and Marcus Aurelius are not heroes because they won. They are heroes because they refuse to be defeated by the world's definition of losing. They played the game by their own rules. As you lie here now, in the safety of your own room, let their lives be a comfort to you. You do not need to be an emperor to practice the art of patience. You do not need to be a philosopher to practice the art of questioning. You simply need to be awake to your own life. The questions of Socrates, what is good, what is true, are the stars that navigate us through the night. The reminders of Marcus, you have power over your mind, not outside events, are the anchor that holds us steady in the storm. They teach us that the human condition is not a tragedy to be escaped, but a role to be acted with dignity. Whether we are given a short role or a long one, a speaking part or a silent one, the applause that matters comes from within. The noise of the world will always be there. The gadflies will always be buzzing. The barbarians will always be at the gate. But inside, in the quiet center of the circle, there is a place that cannot be touched. That is where the truth lives. That is where the peace waits. The night has fully fallen now. The ghosts of history have had their say. The arguments of the agora have faded into the wind. The legions have marched away into the mist. The books are closed. The statues are still. All that remains is the silence, deep and restorative. This is the same silence that Socrates found in his cell when the sun went down. This is the same silence Marcus found in his tent when the candle burned out. It is a friendly silence. It is not an end, but a pause, a space to rest, a space to recharge the soul for whatever the morning brings. You have walked with giants tonight, and now it is time to let them guard your sleep. They have done the heavy lifting of thinking so that you can rest. They have carried the weight of the world so that you can lay your burden down. The history is finished. The philosophy is done. There is nothing left to solve. There is nothing left to prove. There is only the breath rising and falling, connecting you to the rhythm of the ages. You are part of this long, beautiful story. You are the latest link in the chain. And right now, your only duty, your only philosophy, is to rest. The fire in the library has burned down to glowing embers, casting a soft, warm light across the room. The scrolls are rolled up and put away. The voices of the past have whispered their final secrets and retreated into the shadows, standing guard over your dreams like silent sentinels. The heavy doors of history are closing gently, shutting out the noise, the dates, and the demands of the world. Everything is still. The air is cool and calm. You are safe here, protected by the wisdom of the ages. Let your breathing slow down, matching the slow, steady pendulum of time. Inhale the peace of the night. Exhale the dust of the day. There is no more striving, no more questioning. The stonecutter is sleeping. The emperor is resting. And now, it is your turn. Let the darkness wrap around you like a soft, heavy blanket. Drift away from the shore of thought, out into the vast, quiet ocean of sleep. The stars are watching. The night is kind. All is well. Sweet dreams.